Speaker.
E te atua kaharawa, ka tuku whakamoimatia te mātou mona karakia ko waihotia mai ki runga i a mātou. Ka waihi o mātou pānga whaiora katoa ki te taha, ka mihi mātou ki te kengi me te inoi atu mo te aruhitanga i roti o mātou whakaaroarohanga. Kia mōhio ai, kia whakaiti ai tā mātou whakahaere i ngā take o te wharenei. Mo te oranga, te mangarongo me te aroha o Aotearoa. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Members, yesterday question 8 led the House into presenting itself in a less than favourable light. The content of the question led to numerous points of order, each referencing standing orders and Speaker's rulings, presenting matters that were relevant but on their own contestable. I've taken time to review the Hansard recording of these proceedings and will present the House with a new Speaker's ruling, which builds upon, although not exhaustively, Speaker's rulings 55.1, 56.4, 157.5, 192.5 and Standing Order 390, and specifically 391C. In consideration of all of these points, I've reached the conclusion that I should not have allowed question 8, although I note that no party raised issues with the question during the pre-publication period. It was reasonable then to reach the assumption that the House had accepted the content of the question, as the House is of course the architect of its own procedure. Nor should I have allowed the word used in response to the question to go unchecked. The member concerned may wish to think about a belated action to uphold the dignity of the House. Those who assist members in the preparation of questions need to be more rigid in restricting questions to the confines of all parts of Standing Order 390 and also the provisions around answers. Accordingly, I offer this new ruling to the House, which should bring together all of the matters that were raised yesterday in a fairly concise form. The ruling is: oral or written questions may be asked of a minister if they agree with comments made in news or opinion articles or broadcasts, but cannot repeat comment if it is of a discreditable nature to any member of this House. The use of socially unacceptable language or profanity, even if relevant to authentication, is either question or answer, is not permissible and has been a long-held position in this House. All other rulings on matters relating to Standing Order 390 are upheld. I call on the Leader of the House to make a business statement. Point of order. I'm on my feet. Sit down for a minute.
Thank you, sir, and thank you very much. I'm sure the House will benefit from that clarity. I have one question, just for everybody's understanding. The restriction outlined in your new ruling is in regards to members personally, not in regards to views or policies that they may hold.
You raise immediately the need for there to be some discretion in the consideration of these matters. But if you take that situation yesterday, that was an article that very unreasonably attacked certain members in the House, and I think and characterised them in a way that is totally unacceptable. So those sort of arguments, those sort of comments included in a question are now not going to be permitted. It would have been easy to ask the question simply if they agreed with the article. So I hope that makes it clear. The point of order, the Right Honourable
Speaker, can I ask you as to which countries the flags currently being flown outside of Parliament represent?
They're not being flown at the moment. We're on a point of order. If the member wants to leave the House, he should do so voluntarily before he's asked to. They're not being flown at the present time. They were there for a short recognition ceremony this morning that has been, as I understand it, and I have been advised, undertaken for quite some years. Leader of the House.
Mr. Speaker, can I also thank you for your ruling and the clarity around that. I think it will help with the House. In terms of next week, the House will consider the first reading of the Education and Training, Vocational Education and Training System Amendment Bill and the second reading of the Employment Relations Pay Deduction for Partial Strikes Amendment Bill. Wednesday is a members' day, and Thursday the Minister of Finance will deliver Budget 2025.
The Honourable Kerry McNulty.
I thank the Leader of the House for the update. Could he inform the House if the government intends to move urgency following the budget? And if so, he might like to know that we have cleared our diaries on Friday and all of Saturday.
Yes, as I've advised the Business Committee previously, there will be urgency, and I'm looking forward to having a beer with him on Saturday night.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure I'd be willing to join you, but anyway, well, it's all right. This is my place. You can either go or stay. No petitions have been delivered to the clerk for presentation. I present the Registrar of Pecuniary Interests and other specified interests of members of Parliament summary of annual returns as at 31 January 2025. I also present the following report of the Controller and Auditor General entitled Oranga Tamariki Inquiry into Procurement and Contract Management. Those papers are published under the authority of the House. 10 Select Committee reports have been delivered for presentation.
Report of the Economic Development, Science and Innovation Committee on its first scrutiny activities report for the 54th Parliament. Report of the Education and Workforce Committee on its first scrutiny activities report for the 54th Parliament. Reports of the Finance and Expenditure Committee on the Controller and Auditor General Draft Annual Plan 2025-26 and the Committee's first scrutiny activities report for the 54th Parliament. Report of the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee on its first scrutiny activities report for the 54th Parliament. Report of the Governance and Administration Committee on its first scrutiny activities report for the 54th Parliament. Report of the Health Committee on the petition of Chris Gilmore. Report of the Privileges Committee on the question of privilege concerning the conduct of 4 members during proceedings of the House. Reports of the Social Services and Community Committee on the petition of Ihorangi Ahi Bay Portiki Rewiti Peters and its first scrutiny activities report for the 54th Parliament.
The scrutiny activity reports and the report on the plan of the Controller and Auditor General are set down for consideration. Members, the final report of the Privileges Committee on the question of privilege concerning the conduct of 4 members during proceedings of the House has been presented. The report is set down for consideration on next sitting day, which will be Tuesday. I'm highlighting this for the House now because this is an important debate and one that I'm sure members will want to prepare for. In this report, the committee's recommendation is that 3 members be punished for contempt. In each case, the recommended punishment is that the member be suspended from the service of the House, one for a period of 7 days and the other 2 for a period of 21 days. It might be interesting for some of the media who have reported to understand that it's a recommendation at this point as the House hasn't yet dealt with it. These punishments recommended by the committee are very severe and are unprecedented in this Parliament. As far as I'm aware, since the House first met in 1854, no member who's been found guilty of contempt has been suspended for more than 3 days. I'm also conscious that unlike in previous such cases, suspension from the service of the House now carries a substantial financial penalty. The committee's recommendation therefore represents a significant development in the practice of the House. A proper opportunity for debate must be provided before the House arrives at a decision. I also note that the committee's recommendation was adopted by a narrow majority. That is an important point when the effect of the recommendation would be to deprive members of a minority party of their ability to sit and vote in this House for several days. As the committee's report states, the Speaker has a duty to protect the rights of members of all sides of the House. In particular, there's a long-standing convention for speakers to safeguard the fair treatment of the minority. I intend to honour that convention by ensuring the House does not take a decision next week without due consideration. In my view, these severe recommended penalties placed before the House for consideration mean it would be unreasonable to accept a closure motion until all perspectives and views had been very fully expressed. I would next like to set out how I intend to apply Standing Order 2552, which deals with the consideration of a report of a Privileges Committee. It provides that the chairperson or a member of the committee may move a motion that reflects the committee's recommendation. The motion may be amended. and an amendment is not required to reflect the recommendation, as long as the amendment is relevant and otherwise in order. As with many other situations, when proposals are made to this House, it is not an all or nothing decision. I also note Standing Order 129, which provides that when an amendment has been moved, a member who spoke before the amendment was moved may speak again. Point of order, the right honourable Mr.
Speaker, you outlined in your consideration one of the matters that influenced you was the inability for those members to not be part of the budget presentation.
No.
Yes, you did.
I didn't mention that. I simply
Well,
said,
to be part of the debate.
well, just so you're clear, I said that the recommended penalties, if adopted by the House, would see the members suspended from the service of the House for several days.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the point is, if you go back to last year, they weren't in the House for the budget then.
Well, that's not the issue that I'm dealing with.
You're not saying.
Point of order, the Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr. Speaker, just thank you for those remarks. Is it the case that it is your intention that the question that the report be adopted in relation to the Privileges Committee report into this matter will be put on Tuesday? Because I just, from a timetabling point of view, Wednesday is set down to be a members' day, and of course Thursday is budget day.
Yes, I'm well aware of that, but the standing orders is that the report of a Privileges Committee is dealt with at the first opportunity, which is going to be sometime just after 3 on Tuesday. Point of order, the Honourable Shane Jones.
So just for clarity in terms of the House and those listening and watching, you are expecting a wide-ranging debate potentially involving the 3 people who did not turn up to the Privileges Committee but who may very well be in the House, and you are anticipating that they will put forward their perspectives as to why this punishment is unnecessary or severe?
Well, we're no, hang on, just let me respond to that. We're simply responding to the. Firstly, there's a motion before the House that's debatable. So any member who is legitimately in the House may speak to it. It is a motion. I'm making it clear to the House that it is an amendable motion. It always has been under Speaker's rulings, under what's it called, standing orders.
Well, we get it.
Right.
Are you saying, sir?
I'll go to the right honourable Winston Peters and I'll come to the member.
Are you saying that we're going to have a debate? Anybody can move amendment if they wish to, but at the end you're going to put the motion.
Yeah. That's,
good, thank you.
That always happens. Well, hang on. Whatever the motion is left on the floor of the House. Maria Kapakini.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the point of order from Shane Jones, I just wanted to clarify from you, Mr. Speaker, that when the point was made about the 3 members not attending the Select Committee, I just want to clarify if that was the statement that was made by Shane Jones, and if that was the case, I didn't realise that they were required to attend Select Committee.
No, that's they're not. No one is actually ever. No one is ever required to attend at the Privileges Committee.
Yes.
But they leave the result of that exercise in the hands of the committee. However, I make the point that no one at this point, despite what the media have been reporting, is suspended from this House and will not be until there is a vote from the House indicating that is to happen. So all members in this House can speak in this debate. Point of order, the Honourable Kerry McNulty.
Thank you. As you pointed out, sir, this is, in terms of the recommendation, unprecedented, and the House has not considered a proposal from the Privileges Committee of this ilk before. And unlike other debates, every member has the right to speak. It is unusual in the sense that we are debating something that has not come from any particular caucus in this House, but a committee, and it is a split recommendation. In order to get, given the significance, in order to get a true reflection of the House's views, would you consider a personal vote on the question being put after that debate?
No. There is no bills have been introduced. The House comes to oral questions. The first name of the Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
Mr Speaker. To the Minister of Finance, does she stand by her statement about the pay equity changes that, quote, the process we have set up is fair, it's robust, unquote? If so, how is cancelling 33 pay equity claims under urgency fair?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Finance, yes, I stand by my statement. We've made changes to the pay equity system that make it fairer and return it to its intended purpose, addressing gender-based pay discrimination. Despite what some may have suggested, any claims that have already been settled remain in place and fully funded. Claims that had not yet been settled under the old system have been discontinued because it is not practical to have two different systems operating at once. That would create uncertainty and unfairness.
Supplementary. Was accounting for the fiscal savings in her budget the reason why urgency was used to cancel 33 active pay equity claims?
No.
Supplementary. How does using urgency address the warning she received from Treasury officials on the 14th of December 2023 that, quote, while it would be possible to legislate to apply any new process to existing claims, such a retrospective action would need to be justified, unquote?
Well, the government did think it was justified, which is why the government legislated.
Supplementary. How can she justify the cancellation of 180,000 workers' pay equity claims when many, like secondary school teachers, will be locked out of lodging a claim under the new rules?
Existing claims have been discontinued, but the law has been reset to allow claims to be resubmitted.
Supplementary. Does she agree with advice from the Treasury that, quote, amending the legislation in a way that had the potential to reduce the fiscal cost would be seen as a degradation of the rights of those female-dominated occupations that have not yet raised a claim, unquote?
No, because pay equity claims continue to exist, and in fact we have set aside money to honour existing claims that have been settled and future claims.
Why did she not take any action to protect the rights of those female-dominated occupations, given the warning from the Treasury that those rights would be degraded, or was saving her budget more important?
I disagree with the characterisation. Pay equity is important, as is the Equal Pay Act 1972, and we are honouring the commitments in that Act.
Question 2, Cameron Brewer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Associate Minister of Finance and asks, what recent reports has he seen about tax and spending in New Zealand?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Well, Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Finance, I've seen a number of reports about tax and spending. Some commentators say we should be taxing much more, spending much more and borrowing much more. But to quote the words of a recent ANZ economist, New Zealand has recently been on a, quote, debt-funded spending spree. It's resulted in high inflation, higher mortgage payments, higher petrol prices and eye-watering prices at the grocery store. Fundamentally, Mr Speaker, this economy does not need more taxes and irresponsible government spending. It needs fiscal restraint.
Supplementary. Can he confirm that net core Crown debt will not increase to 53.8% of GDP?
Well, Mr Speaker, budget is only a week away, but I can confirm that. Under the government's plan, debt is forecast to be 45.2% of GDP by 2028. It's interesting, the Treasury has recommended a debt to GDP ceiling of 50%. This is a ceiling rather than a target. Our fiscal headroom is our insurance policy. We need to be able to respond to future shocks like another pandemic or an earthquake. Sadly, some people do not share this view. I have seen some people suggest we should have a debt to GDP ratio of 53.8%. This would be irresponsible for New Zealand's future.
Supplementary. Will he rule out $88.9 billion in new taxes on New Zealanders in budget 2025?
Yes, indeed, I can rule out increasing taxes by $88.9 billion in new taxes in budget 2025. At this time of global economic uncertainty and with New Zealand exiting recession and entering a growth phase, the last thing this economy needs is a massive tax and spend budget.
Supplementary. Will he rule out a wealth tax and capital gains tax in budget 2025?
Yes, Mr Speaker, I'm also happy to rule out an inheritance tax and indeed other taxes that other parties are proposing. The Justice Minister asked me about a fun tax. I can also rule out a tax on fun. In fact, I can rule out all of those dangerous taxes that would put at risk our hard-won economic recovery.
Supplementary question. So on the issue of fiscal management, does he consider spending $88 billion, more over 4 years, yet still running a deficit, to be both tax and spend and both debt and inept?
Well, Mr Speaker, I think the Right Honourable Winston Peters makes the point very adeptly, as he always does.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Health and asks, does he support GP services being free, publicly owned and adequately resourced to reach underserved communities?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Simeon Brown.
Oh, well, Mr Speaker, the member from the Green Party might be surprised to learn that our GP services are private businesses, and our government is focused on ensuring they can deliver timely, quality health care for all New Zealanders. Our focus is on providing support to those who need it with the greatest need. This includes maintaining zero fees for children under 14, offering reduced costs for low-income individuals with Community Services Card, and ensuring discounted access through the very low-cost access scheme. These initiatives help ensure that those living with the greatest need have access to GP services, and comes on top of all of the work we're doing to grow the number of GPs in primary practice, such as increasing the number of, of medical training places by 100 over the term of this government.
Supplementary. Is he concerned that 1 in 6 people avoid going to the GP because of cost? And if so, what is he doing to reduce the cost of accessing care?
Well, Mr Speaker, the government, as I said, is very focused on making sure that those who have the greatest need have access to primary care. And as I said, the government does a number of things to support that access, maintaining zero fees for children under 14, offering reduced costs for low-income individuals and families with the Community Services Card, and ensuring discounted access through the very low-cost access scheme. What I can tell the member, though, is that by increasing taxes on general practitioners isn't going to increase access.
Thank you. That last bit was unnecessary and shouldn't happen again.
Supplementary. Does he think the current capitation funding model is successful at remedying health inequities? And if not, what does he plan to do about it?
Well, Mr Speaker, the capitation funding is designed to ensure that we can increase access for primary practice. Health New Zealand and the Ministry of Health have got work underway to look at how it can be improved to ensure we improve access for all New Zealanders to be able to access primary care.
Supplementary. Is he committed to ensuring that health inequities are addressed in the capitation funding model review that he has just spoken about?
Well, look, Mr Speaker, the Ministry of Health and Health New Zealand have work underway focused on how we can improve access. But as I said, there are a number of things the government does to ensure those who have the greatest need are supported to access their GP. As I said, free access for children under 14, offering reduced costs for low-income families with the Community Services Card, and ensuring discounted access through the very low-cost access scheme. The government does a number of things to support people to be able to access their GP who have the highest need.
Dr Vanessa Winnick.
What is the government doing to grow the GP workforce and improve access to primary care?
Oh, well, Mr Speaker, our government is delivering on its commitment to strengthen GP clinics and put patients first. Over this term, medical school placements will increase by 100 places, a major investment in growing our GP workforce and ensuring access to timely, quality health care for all New Zealanders. We're also funding 50 graduate doctors a year to train directly in GP clinics, helping to get more doctors into communities where they're needed the most.
Supplementary. Why did he not maximise funding for GP training placements to 889 places by 2027?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have, as I said, increased spaces by 100 medical training spaces over the course of this term of this government. That is the biggest increase in many, many years about increasing medical training places through our universities. This government is very focused on growing our workforce. We have more doctors at Health New Zealand, more nurses at Health New Zealand. We're very focused on increasing access to primary care as well, so people can get timely, quality access to health care.
Will the government commit to funding in greater amounts mobile healthcare clinics to access underserved areas such as Auckland to ensure people can be reconnected to GP services?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said, there is a number of things the government is doing to increase access to GP services who need it the most. As I said, zero fees for children under 14, community services cards, reduced fees for those families with community services card, ensuring discounted access through the very low-cost access scheme, which I know serves a number of clinics in South Auckland, so that people in those communities are able to access their GP at a low cost. We're very focused on targeting the government's resource to maximise the benefit rather than the opposition's tactic, which is to tax more, borrow more and spend more.
Hang on, it's not. I've warned the member once, now twice. There won't be a third warning. Going now to question 4, the Honourable Dr Megan Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Women. Has she sought advice on the impact on closing the gender pay gap from moving the pay equity claim threshold from a 60% to a 70% female-dominated workforce? If not, why not?
The Honourable Nicola
Mr. Speaker, I receive a range of advice on the gender pay gap, and indeed closing the gap does remain a top priority for me. The gender pay gap, as I'm sure the member will know, is a very complicated matter that can be caused by a number of factors, including organisational, sectorial and indeed national. They can be addressed in a number of ways, not just through resolving pay equity claims. And regarding the threshold, I was advised that the majority of claims do meet the 70% threshold to be raised under the amended pay equity legislation.
Supplementary question. Has she sought advice on the gender pay gap implications of secondary teachers who have a 63.6% female-dominated workforce and will not meet the threshold for a pay equity claim under the changes that her government has made to the legislation?
Mr. Speaker, as I said in my first answer, I have received a range of advice. There are a range, and the great majority of the claims that have been paused can indeed restart because they do meet the 70% threshold, and I would encourage them to do so.
She didn't answer it. Supplementary question. How many workers will be able to proceed with their claims under the changed thresholds her government has put into place?
Mr. Speaker, what I would say to that member is that there are, of course, a wide range of people who have been in the process of raising a claim. As I think the Minister responsible outlined to the House yesterday, it is estimated about 180,000 members of various unions have been part of previously raised pay equity claims.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
My question was very specific. We're all aware that 180,000 workers were covered by claims under the previous legislation. The Minister has been telling the House that very few people will be impacted by moving the threshold from 70% to 60%. I asked the Minister very specifically what that number now was. If she doesn't know, she can say that, but she did not address that question.
But the Minister doesn't have to accept the position that's being put in a supplementary question. The reality is there are now no claims, they're all extinguished. So the question is, until new claims are lodged, how would you know what the numbers are? Well, she could have, but I caught on to it, and I'm sure most of the House did.
Okay, supplementary question. On what date was she made aware the Minister of Workplace Relations had notified the Prime Minister that reviewing the approach to pay equity was one of her 5 priorities?
I would advise the member to put that specific question in writing. What I can confirm to her is that I was first alerted to it in November. I was then indeed included in meetings in March and was consulted throughout the process.
Supplementary question. On what date was she consulted on the work the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Workplace Relations received in December 2023 on options to change the government's approach to pay equity?
Mr. Speaker, an initial conversation I had with the Minister of Finance regarding pay equity occurred on the 9th of November 2024.
Supplementary question. Did she attend the Cabinet Strategy Committee report back in early 2025 where options for a future approach to pay equity were discussed?
I'd need the member to put in writing the specific date of that. What I can confirm is I was included in a Cabinet Strategy meeting on the 3rd of December 2024. As the member has acknowledged, I am not a member of that particular committee. I was included in a strategy meeting on the 3rd of December 24.
There you go. Wouldn't you get...
Question number 5, Suze Redmayne.
Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister of Education. What recent announcements has the Minister made about supporting the government's target of raising student achievement?
The Honourable Erica Stanford.
Mr. Speaker, our work programme is defined by pace, clarity and outcomes, and we're delivering exactly what we said we would. We're investing nearly $100 million to ensure extra help with maths is available across all stages of primary and intermediate schooling so that children get the extra help they need, an approach we're already delivering in reading.
Excellent.
We're embedding financial education into the curriculum so students are taught how to budget, save, invest and understand things like insurance and loans. Our kids deserve a world-leading education to give them the best possible start in life, and that's what we're delivering.
Supplementary. What feedback has she seen about her actions to accelerate maths achievement?
Mr. Speaker, feedback from schools has been very positive. One student from Cambridge Middle School who's been involved in our maths acceleration trial said, "When I started, I couldn't answer like a simple question really, but now I can do division, fractions, percentages, all pretty easily." Having heard the government will be expanding the program to reach up to 34,000 Year 7 and 8 students, one principal said, "Fantastic support, we needed this all the way." But what I love to hear from students is what it means to experience success. One student involved in the trial said, "I love maths. It's probably the best thing I've done this year." And that's why this is a government committed to progress and achievement.
Supplementary. How are her recent announcements supporting teachers?
Mr. Speaker, this government recognises teachers' ongoing commitment to raising student achievement, which is why we're investing to back our teacher workforce. 20,000 teachers have received high-quality professional development in structured literacy. 15,000 have received structured training in maths, and over 836,000 maths resources have been delivered to students and teachers in primary and intermediates to support the new world-leading maths curriculum. We've delivered on our promise to remove the cost of teacher registrations and practicing certificates, and that is just the start.
Supplementary. How are her recent announcements supporting parents?
Mr. Speaker, the government backs parents to be a key partner in their child's learning. To support parents, we've launched the Parent Portal to provide clear guidance in the curriculum each year in English and maths, videos about starting school and the phonics checks, guides to parent interviews, explainers about structured literacy and all the resources that you need to support learning at home in English and maths. We've already had 231,000 visits to the page, making it the Ministry of Education's most viewed page. Parents want to know these things about their child's learning. They want to be involved. My message to parents is we have your back. That's why we are supporting you and restoring your place at the heart of your child's learning. Thank you for everything you do to support your child on their education journey.
Excellent.
Just when the House has got the right honourable Peter.
Mr. Speaker, on the subject of raising student achievement, will the Minister set aside funding so some members can study Economics 101 and History 101 to learn that Marxist pinko money wasting never ends well for any country?
Well, the Minister has no responsibility for the education of members.
It's a shame.
You did say members, but if you want to...
Didn't you?
Oh. Yeah, I think you can split it here.
Well, I'll rephrase it then.
Yeah, that'd be good.
On the subject of raising student achievement, will the Minister set aside funding for some students to study Economics 101 and History 101 to learn that Marxist pinko money wasting never ends well for any country?
Mr. Speaker, we've already invested an hour a day reading, writing and maths. We've invested multiple tens of millions in professional learning and development along with resources, and we're updating the curriculum in all of the areas that the Deputy Prime Minister has alluded to today.
Question 6, the Honourable Jan Tinetti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister for Workplace Relations and Safety, is it accurate that 180,000 workers are affected by the cancelling of 33 pay equity claims?
The Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
Mr. Speaker, first I would like to give hope to the member and any woman watching who would like to raise a pay equity claim. You can do this. Any woman or union can do this today under the new system this government has introduced. The work that has been put in to date under previous claims has not been wasted. The material and evidence may be able to be used towards a new claim.
Yeah, the member, just for a moment, it is a very straight question. It was on notice. If there's anything you want to add, that's fine, but you should answer the question in the first instance.
In response to the question about the number of workers who were covered by the 33 pay equity claims in progress under the previous system, that is the estimate I was provided by the Public Service Commission. The figure is based on the data they have on claims in the public sector and some of the claims in the funded sector. The figure will not include all workers in the funded sector, as the government is not the employer and so does not hold all that information.
Supplementary. How many of the 180,000 workers are employed in the funded sector in services such as Plunket nurses, early childhood education teachers or hospice workers?
As I said previously, from the figure that has been provided to me by the Public Service Commission, that is based on the data that they have on claims in the public sector and some of the claims in the funded sector. As the member will be aware, the public sector does make up a large bulk majority of that number.
Has Cabinet made a decision on whether it will fund successful pay equity claims in the funded sector, such as Plunket nurses, early childhood education teachers or hospice workers?
Mr. Speaker, my understanding is that this may have been information provided maybe a year ago. That the government under Nicola Willis, the Minister Nicola Willis's pay equity reset suggested that the funded sector would not be funded by the government for pay equity.
So why won't the government fund successful pay equity claims for core services in the funded sector, given their funding comes from the government?
Mr. Speaker, that was a decision that is not within my remit. That is a question for the Minister of Finance.
Is the reason why they won't fund successful pay equity claims, such as for Plunket nurses, early childhood education teachers and hospice workers, because the government's budget won't add up?
No, Mr. Speaker. I think some things do need to be made clear. We do still have a pay equity system. We will still be funding some of these claims. But when it comes to things that are in relation to the budget, the member has been here for quite a while and should know that I'm not the Minister of Finance. I'm not responsible for the budget, and I can't give out information that relates to the budget or anything that may or may not be budget sensitive. I'm simply the Minister for Workplace Relations and Safety, responsible for the legislation that underpins the system. You know, I'm not responsible for everything.
I'll just say to the House that there's been quite an emphasis and focus on the stricter application of standing orders. One of those standing orders talks about the barracking and the point where barracking becomes heckling. I can't quite remember the number, but I'll research it later. But I'll just suggest that members take that into account when they feel the need to start yelling across the House. Jan Tinetti, is there another question? Right. Question 7, Te Anau Tuiono.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Oceans and Fisheries and reads, does he believe bottom trawling is damaging, and if so, should it be banned?
The Honourable Shane Jones.
No, I do not consider that bottom trawling should be prohibited or banned. And yes, it can have effects on the environment. However, with clever management measures, these things are all capable of being mitigated.
Supplementary. Does the Minister agree that bottom trawling is rapidly losing its social licence due to the destruction it causes to marine habitats and its high emissions profile? And if not, why not?
Speaker. No, the bottom trawling techniques that are pursued by the New Zealand fishing industry are relatively harmless. And I hope the Minister isn't following catastrophisation of what may happen in less enlightened nations.
Supplementary. Why is New Zealand the only country still bottom trawling in the South Pacific despite growing international concern and environmental evidence?
Speaker, we are not going on this side of the House to ostracise the men and women working, earning a legitimate living in an important segment of the economy. The reference to seining and trawling in New Zealand, it refers to an established practice. And yes, from time to time, it does happen in the Hauraki Gulf, which shouldn't bother anyone because the Hauraki Gulf is basically a mud-stained bottom.
Supplementary. How does the Minister reconcile his decision to scrap plans to restrict bottom trawling in the Hauraki Gulf with his government's commitments to marine biodiversity, especially in light of the 97% decline in whales and dolphins and the functional extinction of species like crayfish and scallops in parts of the Gulf?
Speaker, as befits my approach to politics, I deal with science and technology, and I can assure the House that the Tikapa Moana bill being promoted and brought forward by our colleague, the Minister of Conservation, already allows for a host of areas to be excluded from bottom trawling. And I think it's important that we remember that our government is interested in doubling exports, not exiling industries or buying into the weaponisation of legislation designed to deindustrialise New Zealand. That was on display yesterday with the Green Alternative Budget.
Supplementary. Has the Minister seen Sir David Attenborough's new documentary, Ocean, which contains some of the most graphic footage of the damage that bottom trawling can do to the seabed?
Many generations of New Zealanders have followed, Mr Speaker, with a great deal of interest, Mr Attenborough. However, Danish seining, trawling in New Zealand is a vastly different proposition from the graphic images that feature in that particular movie. There are thousands of New Zealanders who rely on this industry for their jobs, generating export. And as I said again, we must not allow emotionalism to overcome science.
Is the Minister intentionally undermining public trust in marine protection laws and weakening New Zealand's international reputation on ocean conservation, or is that just a byproduct of his unwavering servitude to the seafood industry?
No, that's you can ask the question again, but the last part's to be struck out of the Hansard record.
Okay. What is more important to the Minister, maintaining public trust in marine protection laws and New Zealand's international reputation on ocean conservation, or maintaining the trust of the seafood industry?
Speaker, proclamations of international reputation without a checkbook that can actually meet the costs of environmental dues is a pipe dream. The fishing industry and the techniques of the fishing industry are constantly being reviewed by regulators, and New Zealanders can sleep happy tonight knowing they have a pro-industry champion in the matua.
Question 8, Tom Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Justice and asks, how is the government progressing with its plan to restore law and order?
The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Mr Speaker, the government continues to progress its plan to restore law and order with vigour. We've given police additional powers that they need to disrupt the activities of gangs. We've stopped taxpayers funding the proliferation of cultural reports. We've made sweeping reform to the Sentencing Act to put more serious offenders in prison for longer by restoring 3 strikes, restricting sentencing discounts by adding additional aggravating factors so offenders are more appropriately held to account. Our target to reduce victims shows this is working, reduce the number of victims shows that this is working, with more than 28,000 fewer victims recorded in the latest stats. There's great progress, but there's still a lot more to do.
Supplementary. What is next on the law and order agenda?
Well, Mr Speaker, Parliament is currently considering a range of legislation, including the Victims of Sexual Violence Strengthening Legal Protections legislation bill, which makes changes to ensure that convicted adult sex offenders are publicly named and held to account if that is the wish of their victim. And shortly, the hard-working Justice Committee will report back in our legislation to make stalking an illegal and jailable offence for up to 5 years. Much work to be done there.
Supplementary. Why is it important for the government to restore law and order?
Well, because it needed restoring in 2023 when we came to government, and communities across the country didn't feel safe, and people deserve to feel safe in their homes and in their communities. And to have confidence that the justice systems will hold those who disregard the laws to account. So every victim that is spared from going through the trauma of crime deserves the attention of the House, and that's what we're focused on today.
Supplementary. What other actions is the government taking to restore law and order?
Well, Mr Speaker, as part of our Q2 plan, the government intends to make decisions on a range of matters, including reforming the Crimes Act to further strengthen consequences, particularly in response to views of the Ministry Advisory Group on Retail Crime, led by Sonny Koushal, relating to low-level offending and strengthening trespass laws. And we also intend to progress law changes to make citizens' arrest provisions more effective. And I look forward to the other side supporting these sensible changes.
Submit a question.
The Right Honourable Winston.
On the topic of law and order, has the Minister read any reports proposing 88 million in new spending, but zero to police, and 770 million cuts for corrections?
Well, yes, I have seen those. I've seen the reports and they're related to the Green Party. It is a statement of fact that...
in that case, you don't have to answer it. We'll move now to question 9, Ginny Anderson.
Tēnā koe e te mangai o te whare. My question is to the Minister of Social Development and Employment. Was cancelling 33 current pay equity claims consistent with her commitment to reduce persistent disadvantage as outlined in her Employment Action Plan? If not, why not?
The Honourable Louise Upston.
Mr Speaker, our government is committed to maintaining a process to raise and resolve pay equity claims, and this process is open for claims. The Employment Action Plan ensures we are working across government to provide greater opportunities for more New Zealanders.
Is the gender pay gap an example of persistent disadvantage?
No.
Did she advocate for her Employment Action Plan objective to reduce persistent disadvantage when the pay equity changes were discussed at Cabinet?
Mr Speaker, if the member had read the action plan, she would understand that persistent disadvantage is disadvantage that is ongoing for 2 years or more over a life course or intergenerationally, which is why we are focused, for example, on reducing the number of young people on benefit, because if they go on to benefit under the age of 25, they will spend 20 future years there. That is persistent disadvantage.
That's right.
If the gender pay gap is not an example of persistent disadvantage, what is?
Just answer that, Mr Speaker.
Well, just give her the fact again.
20 years for a young person under the age of 25 going on to a job seeker benefit or a main benefit.
How does cancelling the 33 pay equity claims align with her action plan's concern that there are, quote, persistent and serious gaps in the labour market participation and outcomes for specific population groups, especially women?
That's why, Mr Speaker, we have a range of ministers who work on the labour market issues, including the Minister for Women, including the Minister for Education, Vocational Education, and other ministers as examples. This is a cross-government piece of work to improve outcomes for all New Zealanders, including women.
Question 10, Nancy Liu.
Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister of Commerce and Consumer Affairs. What recent announcements has the government made about increasing competition in banking?
The Honourable Scott Simpson.
Mr Speaker, recently I announced the next big step for open banking in New Zealand. Cabinet has now signed off on the regulations for open banking, and we're now on a clear path to delivering more choice and better service for Kiwi consumers. The major banks will have, Mr Speaker, until December to get ready for open banking, and that means that there will be certainty that open banking will be live by this Christmas.
Supplementary. What is open banking and how would it help Kiwi consumers?
Mr Speaker, open banking allows New Zealanders to securely share their banking data, like transaction history and account balances, with third parties such as fintechs. It aims to increase competition and innovation in the financial sector by enabling new services like budgeting apps, new payment methods and loan comparison tools. And importantly, consumers stay in control. Data is only shared with their consent and providers must meet strict security standards.
Supplementary. What are some examples of open banking in practice?
Well, Mr Speaker, there are many great examples overseas of open banking in practice, and I can't wait to see what New Zealand-based fintech startup companies will come up for us here in New Zealand. Other countries have seen exciting startups flourish under open banking, and examples include one called Revolut, an app that links to other banks for easier budgeting payments and multi-currency use. And then there's Uno Home Loans, a tool that speeds up mortgage comparison using income and spending data from banks. And then thirdly, Mr Speaker, Canopy, which verifies rent and income from a streamlined process when moving house.
Supplementary. What else is the government doing to increase banking competition?
Mr Speaker, this government is laser focused on increasing competition in the banking sector, and that is for sure. As members will know, the government has called for a select committee inquiry into banking competition following the Commerce Commission's study on personal banking. Now, the hard-working Finance and Expenditure Committee received more than 200 public submissions, which showed broad concern about the level of competition. And recently, I also announced a program run by the Financial Markets Authority to help level the playing field for fintechs challenging the big banks and to further boost competition.
Very good. The question 11, the Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishnan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Disability Issues. Does she stand by her statement, quote, "That is why we are prioritising disabled people, their families and carers," unquote? If so, why?
The Honourable Louise Upson.
Mr Speaker, yes, prioritising disabled people, their families and carers is a priority for this government, and that's why we provided a record $1.1 billion funding boost to disability support services in Budget 2024. The state of affairs left by the last government needed immediate action to stabilise the disability support system. And just announced today, in Budget 25, the government has provided $190 million of social investment for vulnerable New Zealanders, including support for Autism New Zealand's early screening and intervention program that provides services and support for whānau, caregivers and professionals. Our government is focused on improving the lives of the nearly 1 in 6 disabled New Zealanders.
How many people included in the care and support workers pay equity claim are employed in disability support services?
Mr. Speaker, I don't have that number on me, and I would say I would encourage anyone who has a pay equity claim to continue with their process.
Has Cabinet made a decision on reallocating the funds held in contingency to settle the care and support workers pay equity claim?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to comment on comments that may or may not be subject to the budget.
Why did she agree to change the threshold from 60% to 70%, making it impossible for Piki Waihanga, the artificial limb service, to lodge a pay equity claim given their workforce is 65% women?
Mr. Speaker, the government made a decision to make a process that was fairer and more transparent, and claims can be made, and I'd encourage women and unions to do so.
How will she ensure access to artificial limbs, orthotics and rehabilitation, given Piki Waihanga is already disadvantaged by previously settled claims that mean they could lose their staff to employers who pay more?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that's an issue that is any different from any employment space, and I would encourage that organisation to look at their supporting their employees.
Question number 11, Dr. Pamjit Pala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Associate Minister of Agriculture. What recent announcements has he made about strengthening regulation to support the welfare of dogs?
The Honourable Andrew Hogarth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last month I announced new regulations that will create infringement offences for dog owners who cause their animals harm by leaving them chained up for days on end. Regulations will prohibit chaining vulnerable dogs like pregnant or young animals, except for very temporary situations, and give enforcement agencies real teeth to intervene swiftly where there are clearly observable harm associated with the long-term chaining. I wanted to send a sharp, clear message to dog owners that this poor behaviour towards animals is unacceptable and there will be consequences.
Supplementary. Why are these regulations required?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge the work of the SPCA here. They told the government back in 2021 that the powers available to animal welfare inspectors under the regulations were not remotely adequate to address the almost 1,500 complaints about chaining that they received in 2021. Serious mistreatment of animals is already an offence under the Act, but criminal prosecution takes a lot of money, a lot of time. These infringement offences will allow appropriate action to be taken quickly to address the problem.
Supplementary. How will these new regulations focus on the well-being of dogs?
The government took a bit of time to work through a few different options, and we have landed on an outcome-focused regulations. In some cases, there could be good reasons for a dog to be tied up for periods of time, as long as it's a way that preserves the standards of animal welfare. So these regulations will target harm. They will list a series of clearly observable outcomes where welfare is compromised. This will enable inspectors to know straight away whether an infringement fine is justified.
Supplementary, Mr. Speaker. How will the regulations be implemented?
Look, it's important to note that these regulations won't affect most Kiwi dog owners who treat their dogs exceptionally well. For those that don't, however, there will be a 6-month period after the regulations are made at the end of the year where inspectors will focus on an education and working with the community. This will be followed by a common sense application of the law. I'd also note that even with these regulations in place, the most serious breaches can and will proceed to prosecution where necessary.
There will be members who need to leave the chamber for duties elsewhere in the precinct. They do so quietly as we've come to the end of oral questions. I call on Government Order of the Day number 1.
Valuers Bill, first reading.
The Honourable Judith Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I present the legislative statement on the Valuers Bill, and
that legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the parliamentary website. The Honourable Judith Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Valuers Bill be now read a first time.
Speak here. The Honourable Judith Collins. Oh, no debate. My apologies. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Valuers Bill, first reading.
Under Standing Order 2763, the bill's explanatory note states the committee nominated to consider the bill. The question, therefore, is that the Valuers Bill be considered by the Primary Production Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I call on Government Order of the Day number 2.
Social Security Amendment Bill, third reading.
The Honourable Louise Upston.
I present a legislative statement on the Social Security Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the parliamentary website.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Social Security Amendment Bill be now read a third time. Our government believes people are better off in work. We have already taken steps to strengthen the welfare system's focus on supporting people off benefit and into employment, and our approach is working. During the first month of the traffic light system, obligation failures decreased by 9%. Between January and March this year, over 23,000 people cancelled their benefit because they found work. This is an 11% increase on the same period from 2024. This bill seeks to amend the Social Security Act and the Social Security regulations to expand and enhance welfare settings to continue supporting people off welfare and into work. The welfare system will always be available to support people when they need it, but as this government has said from the start, people who can work need to meet their obligations to look for a job and be held accountable when they don't. I want to quickly outline the key policy proposals in the bill. And Mr. Speaker, quite simply, this bill introduces non-financial sanctions to expand MSD's toolkit. Non-financial sanctions provide an alternative option to reducing someone's benefit, which is a financial sanction, when responding to a person's first work-related or social obligation failure. They will only be an option for a person in active case management and or a person with dependent children. Money management and community work experience are the first two non-financial sanctions implemented from the 26th of May. The bill also extends the period over which an obligation failure counts against people from 12 to 24 months, with the exception of youth clients, increasing the likelihood that those who are repeatedly refusing to comply with their obligations will have their benefit cancelled if they remain on the benefit for more than a year. The bill will require new applicants for certain benefits with work-related obligations to have a completed job seeker profile before their benefit is granted, and this change will encourage work-focused conversations from the earliest possible opportunity and help MSD to better match people to suitable job vacancies. The bill will also reduce the amount of time someone who is on job seeker support before they reapply for the benefit from 52 to 26 weeks. This means that clients will have more frequent engagements with MSD about employment. Mr. Speaker, as this bill goes through its third reading, I would like to thank the Social Services and Community Select Committee for its considered recommendations to improve the bill, and in particular their recommendation to include two further non-financial sanctions, report job search and upskilling. These additional non-financial sanctions will be available by October. Mr. Speaker, I want to put on record my thanks to the officials who worked hard on this very important piece of legislation and the MSD staff that get up each and every day to support New Zealanders into employment. I also want to thank the members of the public and organisations who provided both written and oral submissions on the bill. Once more, I want to remind members of this House and the public that the non-financial sanctions proposed in this bill will only affect those who are not complying with their obligations. Mr. Speaker, most people on benefit are doing the right thing and these changes will have no effect on them. The bill represents another step forward in refocusing our welfare system, creating a more transparent, accountable and work-focused environment for job seekers MSD frontline staff do an amazing job actively engaging with job seekers, informing them of their obligations and responsibilities and the consequences when they don't through the traffic light system. But they also provide incredible support to help New Zealanders find work. This matters because work is more than about money. It also gives people a sense of purpose, independence and connectedness, leading to a better future and helping families to break out of the cycle of intergenerational welfare dependence. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, our government believes that people and families are better off in work. Our economy is better off when people are in work, and our government is committed to making this a reality. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The Honourable Willie Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's very sad to hear the type of kōrero from the Minister, because the reality is that this bill makes life hard again for beneficiaries who feel they're very much under attack from this government, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about some of the most vulnerable members of our society, and we would like to think that government would be working a bit more closer with them. So we have opposed this bill all the way through, Mr. Speaker. We think it is grossly unfair and far too punitive. It's certainly the position that we as opposition have taken up, certainly the Labour Party position. I think it's, Mr. Speaker, grossly unfair to Māori, who make up, we're talking 15% of the population, yet they Māori account for 36%, Mr. Speaker, 36% of all main beneficiary recipients. The Misley Bill doubles the period, and that's the problem here. And we were certainly tested when we were in government over this, Mr. Speaker. But this bill doubles the period during which obligation failures are counted against someone, adds non-financial sanctions for first failures, and forces beneficiaries to reapply for their benefits every 26 weeks. That is very, very tough, Mr. Speaker, on whānau who are already struggling at ground level, already struggling in the community, and you're talking about a devastating effect, perhaps, Mr. Speaker, on families who don't deserve to be going down that track. So it's not a bill about supporting people. This is a bill, Mr. Speaker, about punishing people, which sadly is how this government is being perceived out there in the communities. It's another attempt by the government to blame beneficiaries instead of taking responsibility for their policy that has spiked unemployment numbers. Mr. Speaker, why punish the unemployed for an unemployment problem surely that this government has created? And while they'll say that there is no major increase in terms of unemployment figures, the unemployment figures are still at an unacceptable level. Māori unemployment is up to 10.5%, Mr. Speaker, with an increase in terms of 7,000 more people going on to benefits. We're particularly disappointed, Mr. Speaker, because when we were in government and when I was an employment minister, Māori Affairs, Māori Development Minister, there was a focus, Mr. Speaker, in terms of targeted programs in terms of women, targeted programs in terms of Māori, targeted programs in terms of Pacifica. These now are programs that this government is withdrawing from. They're not seeing the benefits of a targeted and focused program. Benefit and job seeker numbers have risen significantly under this government as a result of worsening economic conditions. I think we understand that, but this government needs to take some responsibility for the consequences of their actions, Mr. Speaker, instead of blaming the unemployed for being unemployed. Mr. Speaker, the government has all but given up trying to get beneficiaries into work, and now is trying to essentially force people away by making accessing the benefits they're entitled to increasingly difficult. and this is something that we traversed, Mr Speaker, through the committee stage, the difficulties that some people have in managing this and working with AI and working with computers. You're talking about sometimes people with multiple problems, difficulties, just trying to survive, and then all of a sudden they have to reapply, Mr Speaker, for a benefit. Doubling the amount of time a failed obligation counts for does nothing but further punish job seekers. It certainly doesn't help them find employment, and it is a disproportionate punishment, Mr Speaker, especially if they're caregivers. And again, the government is not showing enough empathy, sympathy and aroha in that direction. Similarly, making job seekers reapply every 26 weeks is only designed to make being on job seeking an increasingly frustrating experience. It's just to force people off, regardless whether they're going into employment. Enforcing money management, Mr Speaker, as a non-financial sanction could lead to a variety of issues, especially if beneficiaries spend more than half of their entitlements on rents and bills, such as water and power. Mr Speaker, this malicious and spiteful legislation is nothing more than whipping the poor and then charging them for the beating. The government is essentially admitting it would rather punch down on our most vulnerable rather than do anything to help them materially improve their lives. Mr Speaker, not only are these suggested changes cruel and counterproductive, they're also unfeasible. MSD has admitted, again, we traversed this through the committee stage, and we also had feedback from MSD, but they admitted during scrutiny week that they're already under huge pressure. As their frontline operational capacity has remained broadly unchanged. But, Mr Speaker, they have had 700 cuts in terms of their backroom staff. So how do you ask an agency already under huge pressure to roll out the government strategy and program? It is next to impossible. So you have people, don't get me wrong, there's all good people at MSD, so they worked with us and they work with the government, but they are not social workers, Mr Speaker. They are not social workers, but they're also not robots and they're not machines, and they can't roll out a government strategy when they're undermanned and having to do multiple things. So 700 cuts to the backroom staff would make it near impossible to roll out a program, a type program that the government wants. The rise in main benefit recipients now mean they must serve an additional 30,000 more people. And we've already seen a decline in accurate assessment, with a quarter of beneficiaries, Mr Speaker, not receiving their full entitlements. Now that the government has heaped more pressure on MSD's operational capacity, essentially doubling the amount of job seeker applications MSD must process in any given year, notwithstanding the forecast rise in job seeker numbers, Mr Speaker. This is on top of other requests that the government has heaped on them, such as implementing the traffic light system, a very controversial system, Mr Speaker, increasing the amount of job seekers eligible for case management, increasing the amount of sanctions imposed on beneficiaries, increasing the amount of meetings that job seekers must attend. It's not always possible, Mr Speaker, to attend all these meetings. As I said, some of these people are struggling as it is. Miss a meeting, miss their allowance, miss their pūtea, the money owing to them. The whānau suffers. Government has to look at this. The government has to be more understanding that sometimes, Mr Speaker, you know, it's about giving these people a second. It's not about a second warning and it's out. Sometimes about a third, fourth or fifth warning, Mr Speaker. I know that's hard for someone on the other side to understand. But when you give up on them, you have to understand the consequences in terms of that family and in terms of that community. And I know that people on the other side do work at the coalface with some of these people, but understand some of the difficulties that they have to go through. Mr. Speaker, the regulatory impact statement alone shows the government should not have proceeded with these changes. Clear as a bell. The RIS for this bill highlights one of the consequences, and this is what I'm saying, maybe that MSD will have to direct more resources towards compliance and therefore away from employment initiatives. They will literally have to put less resources into helping beneficiaries to work, Mr. Speaker. And surely the principle of this is to get them into work, but it's going to have the opposite and adverse effect. Research cited in the RIS highlights that sanctions may increase mental and physical health problems, including substance abuse and poverty. The RIS highlights that previous work on reapplication showed that cancellations of the benefit as part of the reapplication process often lead to a new application, suggesting procedural denials rather than ineligibility. The RIS also highlighted that focusing on those close to return to work via case management was almost certainly to the detriment of long-term beneficiaries. In summary, Mr. Speaker, this welfare policy will hurt people, not help them. I denounce this policy. We in Labour absolutely denounce this policy. It is the wrong policy, Mr. Speaker. It is too punitive. It's about punishing people all the time. We need to take another way. We need to have to look at things a different way, a more embracing way, a more aroha way. That is the view of Labour, and we will stick by that and put that again in place when we're back in government. Kia ora, Mr. Speaker.
Ricardo Mendes-Marsh.
The government has outlined their formula to get us back on track to grow poverty, grow inequality, grow the number of people living in their cars. And this formula includes cut benefit increases, keep benefit levels below the poverty line, then increase unemployment, followed by increasing benefit sanctions, and just watch as more people experience material hardship, food insecurity, and as UNICEF reports that Aotearoa continues to be one of the worst countries for children's well-being in the developed world. The minister should be ashamed to even refer to this bill as supporting people into employment, because there's nothing in this bill that does this. Absolutely nothing. She either did not read the bill or is just choosing to omit the bits of this bill, the majority of this bill, that will simply push people further into poverty. The so-called non-financial sanctions, and that is, I think, an inaccurate description of what they do, will push people further into poverty. I think calling them non-financial sanctions is simply incorrect, because let's outline the benefit sanctions that are in this bill and what they do. Compulsory money management, which will put 50% of someone's income in a payment card that then they won't be able to use to pay their rent, to pay their bills, or for other basic essentials. When we know that most people on the benefit are already paying 50% of their income on rent, we know that this benefit sanction, deemed non-financial, will literally leave people unable to keep a roof over their head. There's a financial impact in here. Then let's look at community work experience. Most organizations who were consulted reported that they were not so keen to participate in this because it actually destroys the purpose of volunteering, and it burdens those volunteer organizations. That benefit sanction will do nothing to adequately support people to engage and to be part of their communities. And what's worse, people subjected to the sanction, as well as others, will be unable to access things like hardship grants. For those who don't know, people on the benefit, many of them rely on hardship grants on a sometimes regular basis, sometimes even weekly basis, just to survive. How can we call these sanctions non-financial when they strip away people's ability to access the very assistance that allows them to sometimes have food on the table? Then we also have 2 benefit sanctions that were added later in the piece. Terrible lawmaking process, because the minister outlined in the cabinet paper that she intended to do this and didn't let anyone in the public know until later in the select committee stage, stripping away people's ability to submit on these 2 other so-called non-financial sanctions. If the minister was so confident about the process that she was following and her policies, she would have let people know of her intentions so that these sanctions could be adequately scrutinized. Let's talk about the so-called job search report, which will then force people to look for at least apply for 3 jobs each week, but then those people won't even be able to access the assistance that then allows them to enter into employment. So for example, financial assistance that allows them to have access to uniforms, that have access to transport, that have access to, for example, a vehicle that allows them to get into that very same job. Literally what the government is doing is making it harder to get into employment. And no matter how much evidence we present to the minister over how benefit sanctions do not work, they simply push people further into poverty. The minister seems to not care. But I actually think that it's beyond the minister not caring. The minister always intended to increase poverty in this country. But because I cannot see anything in this legislation that does otherwise. And we've already seen the impacts of government policies, for example, the stripping away of subsidies that allows people to access basic essentials such as prescriptions, such as public transport, and that number growing, the number of children who don't have their bare essentials like food at the table to just be well. Mr. Speaker, it's really clear to me that there's nothing in this bill that will support children to thrive and parents to find employment. And it's also clear to all of us, it doesn't take anyone doing an economics paper to know this, that there are not enough jobs out there for every unemployed person and on the benefit. Those are facts. This means that the government not just relied on increasing unemployment, they haven't created enough jobs to actually ensure that everyone who's unemployed has an opportunity to get into work. They gutted benefit increases only to then increase financial sanctions. But I want to also believe that a different future is absolutely within our grasp. Because under the last national government, I was privileged enough to actually take part in a campaign to get rid of a benefit sanction affecting solo parents. At the time, around 2017, there were 17,000 solo mums who were affected by this sanction for simply not naming the other parent of their child, being stripped away of income support. The National Party then did not care. They did not care about the fact that solo parents were being pushed deeper into poverty as a result of this benefit sanction that had no evidence of working. They constantly opposed repealing it, but we changed the government and we got rid of the sanction. And if it was up to the Greens, we would not only get rid of the sanctions imposed on this piece of legislation, but all benefit sanctions, because it's actually the government's responsibility to show us and demonstrate that their policies are working as intended. So far, they haven't. They've gone off vibes, they've gone off cruelty, lack of empathy, but we should not expect anything else from a Prime Minister that called people on the benefit during the campaign trail bottom trawlers. Because this is the kind of attitude that the government members take when it comes to the people living in poverty. Using names, conjuring beneficiaries who they've never met to simply try to make ideological points and punch on those that are literally sometimes sleeping in their cars, often many of them receiving income support, working to make ends meet. And what's worse is that in this piece of legislation, the government also narrowed the definition of what we call work gap, which is the definition that allows people to then apply for a benefit. By narrowing who is considered to have a work gap, effectively what the government is doing is limiting who can access income support. And this is to get them on track for their target of 50,000 less people on the benefit. But it's not about getting those 50,000 people into work. It's simply to strip 50,000 people of income support. The government has admitted that they don't care where those people go when they are not on the benefit. They simply want to get 50,000 people of income support. For what? To pay for tax cuts for landlords. That's basically their motive. They're taking away resources from the poorest people in our country to give money to the landlords. And it shows that this government is reheating their nachos by bringing back policies from the 80s that having massively increased unemployment and inequality simply to give bucks to the wealthy few. Mr. Speaker, I want us to commit to ensuring, and I commit everyone on the side of the House, at least from the Green Party, to fighting back against this piece of legislation. We commit to listening to the voices of people on the benefit and bring them with us in our campaigns to change this government and have an income support that allows people to live with dignity. In fact, I would say that caregivers form a large part of who's on income support. It's the work that is actually the most underappreciated by this government. Because if this government appreciated caregiving, raising children, they would not have income support for those that are raising children and are focusing on raising children as a primary task below the poverty line. This government has decided to treat caregiving obligations as not worthy of livable incomes. I want to make it to everyone out there doing their best to access income support under a government that is making it harder for them to do so. At a time where even work and income staffers are telling us that the front line is, quote, oversubscribed because of the policies that this government has introduced. When we have even the case managers telling us that they don't have the capacity to help people and continue with programs to prevent homelessness because of shameless and terrible, cruel policies that simply increase poverty, we know that something is terribly, terribly wrong. No matter how much the government members on the other side may try to spin this as a positive thing to help people get into unemployment, the facts speak for themselves. This bill will increase inequality, poverty, homelessness, and will not support people into employment. No matter what the government member says, it doesn't actually match the facts that are in all the reports, all the evidence, all the research, because they don't care. All they've cared about, as they've indicated to us, is calling beneficiaries bottom trawlers, punching down on those who need help the most, and increasing unemployment, because this isn't a government that is here to serve the many, simply to serve the wealthy few mates. We will fight for an economy that works for everyone and to repeal this terrible and shameful piece of legislation as soon as we get back into power. Let's make this a one-term government.
It is appropriate for a member in a debate to raise points that are of a debating nature. It's not appropriate to use language that is attributed as a quote when it is out of context. So an interesting contribution to the House, but contestable one. Pamjit Palmer.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm taking this call on behalf of the ACT Party to support the Social Security Amendment Bill. Great to see that this bill has come for the third reading, and after the third reading, hopefully it will be going through the House today, that these changes that this bill intends to bring will be implemented. Mr. Speaker, on this side, we really want to encourage people getting into employment, but listening to that contribution from the Green member, it seemed like people, those who go out to work, are doing something wrong, and people, those who are sitting on benefit, are actually doing something right, and they should be supported to stay on benefit. On this side, Mr. Speaker, we want to see that people, those who are on benefit, I know that there are some circumstances because of which people end up on job seeker benefit. They need to be supported so that they can get back into employment. And there are some people, those who are always actively looking for employment, but there can be a small fraction of people, those who are on job seeker benefit, those who get demotivated after some time and then become too relaxed staying on benefit. And we want to make sure that they understand that if they continue to stay on benefit, it's not going to help them, it's not going to help their family, it's not going to help anybody. And it's better that they continue to look for an employment. And for that, we are putting several mechanisms in place in our welfare system. The existing traffic light system, I don't understand why the Labour member said that the traffic light system is controversial. It's actually quite a transparent system, makes it very, very clear where people sit when it comes to their compliance. And the other thing that the Green member, I think, has missed seeing is this, that it's only, these sanctions are only for people, those who are not complying. If people are complying, there are no sanctions. So if they don't comply, their first obligation, if they miss that, then there is this money management sanction, which the ACT Party campaigned on. And we are really happy to see that this is being implemented through this legislation. 50% of their funds will be put on a card. They will be able to use this money for essential goods. So it's a non-financial sanction. So money is still there, but it's the form that they get money in is going to be different. Community work. How could a member criticize the requirement of community work? This is just 5 hours per week for 4 weeks. Community work will give these members the opportunity, those who are on job seeker benefit, these people the opportunity to go out and interact with different organizations, meet with different people, and maybe that is how they will find their new opportunity, their new job. Upskilling. Why would people not want to upskill when they are on benefit? Of course, people would like to see that they are being upskilled, they get the opportunity, and reporting on job search. they are on job seeker benefit, then reporting a job search, I don't think there should be any hesitation. But somehow, the speeches that I've heard from Green member, from the Labour member, they are kind of stigmatizing job search. On this side, Mr. Speaker, we want to see that people are actually going out and actively looking for opportunities because we want to see that everybody is able to flourish. So all these changes that this bill brings are actually good changes. We want to see that these changes are actually helping people, motivating people. These changes are to remind people that their circumstances can change. And that's why government is putting these kind of changes in place so that we can support people to get back into employment, to do well for themselves, do well for the community as well. So, Madam Speaker, I would end by saying that the Labour member and the Green member, the contributions that I heard from them were the contributions basically indicating that it's totally fine to be dependent. On this side, we want to encourage empowerment, but on that side, they want to encourage dependency. And it's very clear from their contributions, and it's very clear from our contributions what we are advocating for. We really want to see people to be successful in their lives. And that's why, Madam Speaker, we support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to speak in support of the Social Security Amendment Bill. And I'll stick to the facts, Madam Speaker. I heard a lot in the previous contributions about this not being a caring government. The facts are we are a caring government. Anybody who goes into public service has a heart for caring, and sometimes caring has a different look. Our way of caring is encouraging people to get out there and make their lives better, and sometimes that is giving someone a hand up rather than a handout. That's what caring looks like. New Zealand First, excuse me, is very much about taking responsibility for our lives. It means helping people who need help, but also helping those who want to get out and make a better life for themselves. And we see that the introduction of some of these processes and controls not only make the system more efficient and more effective, excuse me, Madam Speaker, but it also gives people a reason and an opportunity to step up in their lives. So that, Madam Speaker, is why New Zealand First will support the bill. And just also I'd like to make a mention to all of the people who work at the to MSD. They, whilst they're not social workers, I hear and have had feedback that many people have had extraordinary service from them. And I just want to acknowledge them, because every single person that they help, they never quite know maybe where they've gone in their lives, but every now and then you get a phone call from someone and say, do you remember you helped me once upon a time? So I just want to acknowledge all of the MSD people out there who are working hard in service to the people of New Zealand. I commend the bill to the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Oh, e te pika. I call Takutai Tashkent.
Tēnā koe e te pika, tēnā tātou e te whare. I stand on behalf of Te Pāti Māori this afternoon to express our unequivocal opposition to this bill, the Social Security Amendment Bill. When I think about this bill, I think about a whakatauki that we served by at our marae. A mohia ake te oro o te iwi ka puta ki te whai au. The health and well-being of our people is paramount, and we must do whatever it takes to ensure our people are well. 70% of Māori are under the age of 40. 1 in 3 Māori are under the age of 25. 30% of our people are on the benefit, and 35% of our people are the working poor. And the employment rate is skyrocketing to a 10%. It's unacceptable. This legislation is under the guise of promoting employment and reducing welfare dependency, which threatens to exacerbate poverty and undermine human rights and disproportionately harm Māori communities. We've been hearing from both sides of the House this afternoon about, what's not working, what should be working, how it should happen. I want to share my experiences out in the community, frontlining with people. Yes, here we go again. You know why? Because I tell you a real story from people that I sit with and have sat with, to hear their stories of struggle, because Pohara Street is alive and kicking. Whānau talk about how hard it is. Whānau are struggling out there on the daily. They can't make ends meet. And these sanctions that are like taking away their livelihood, because the benefit for some families is the only option. Don't get me wrong, there are whānau out there that don't want to be on the benefit and they want to live a better life. But there are just some things that stop them from doing so. Can I talk about the families that come off the street every day at the marae? They actually ask for jobs, they want a job, they want help with a job, but they can't get one. Do you know why? Because they have backgrounds and pasts that that the system doesn't allow them to move past their past. We've had whānau that come off the streets that have come out of jail. They want jobs, they can't get one. Or there's an employer that wants to give them the opportunity to have to get that start, but when the police vetting comes back, they haven't met the criteria, so they can't get the job. So they're back and they're needing to be on a benefit. Do you know how that feels for those whānau? They feel shamed. They feel whakamā. And so, therefore, the cycle continues. There were programs out there that were able to help these families actually get better employment options. They could put them through training, but those funding opportunities for providers have disappeared. Funding has disappeared, and our people are no longer able to seek opportunities to further benefit themselves. I tell you, being whakamā is one of the most horrible feelings to have as a whānau member, and Māori providers are always out there trying to ensure we do give our people a hand up. They don't actually want a hand out, they want a hand up. I also want to say we need solutions, and there are solutions. Whānau Ora is a solution, the kaiarahi workforce is a solution, bringing MSD workers out from behind their desks and into the communities, working alongside providers and partners is a solution. But the biggest solution is our whānau need to know how big their voices are, how important they are. 100,000 people marched. There were 307,000 submissions. We heard those voices, and we want to continue to listen to the voices of our people. The biggest voice, though, I can say for whānau is we need to ensure that this government is a one-term government. Kia ora.
I rise on behalf of the Green Party to oppose this bill, not just in principle, but in deep disappointment with the process and the policy. At every stage of this bill's journey, the public, the experts, and the minister's own officials have told us clearly and consistently this is in the wrong direction. Community groups, disabled advocates, parents, young people, thousands of people took the time to engage with this legislation, and 97.5% of them opposed it. And yet, despite overwhelming evidence and lived experience, this House has chosen to pass this bill that will make life harder for those already doing it tough. The government has spoken often about responsibility, but this bill shrinks its own by refusing to uphold the most basic responsibility of all, to ensure people can live in dignity. Let's talk about what this legislation really does. It introduces sanctions that will prevent people from accessing hardship assistance. That is non-financial. That is missed meals, unpaid bills, and eviction notices. It is parents unable to get their children to the doctor. It is families being pushed further to the edge in a cost of living crisis. We heard from CCS Disability Action that these sanctions would directly harm disabled people and their whānau. We heard from Save the Children about the financial strain of repeat medical assessments for people already fighting to access the correct benefit. And the truth is, many of these people shouldn't be on the job seeker benefit at all. Systemic barriers keep them from accessing the supported living payment. That is not a failure of an individual, it is a failure of the system. And yet this bill compounds that failure by adding more penalties, more hoops, and more bureaucratic hurdles. This House was told that 41% of benefit entitlements are being misassessed. 41%. That most sanctions are overturned on review. That frontline discretion is being inconsistently applied. And instead of fixing these failures, this government is formalising them. The Green Party is also deeply concerned about the lack of transparency shown throughout this process. At Select Committee, MPs were prevented from asking officials basic questions. That's not just bad process, that is undemocratic. It leaves Parliament to vote on policy without the full picture. That's not how good law is made. If the goal here was employment, where is the investment in what works? Where are the policies for accessible transport, community-based training, or proper childcare support? If the goal was dignity, where is the commitment to raising benefits above the poverty line? Where is the plan to tackle homelessness, not worsen it? This bill answers none of those questions. Instead, it embeds deeper inequality, punishes people already let down by the system, and sets us on a pathway that will only increase social harm in the long term. The Green Party believes in a welfare system that lifts people up, not locks them out. We believe in evidence-based policy. We stand today with the thousands who raise their voices, with the families who feel the weight of this law, and with the communities who deserve more than performative responsibility. They deserve justice and dignity. This bill should never have made it this far. We urge the government to stop, to listen, and to change the course. You can still course correct. We recommend this bill be discharged and that this House turns its attention to what really matters, ending poverty, not entrenching it.
Joseph Mooney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on the Social Security Amendment Bill. Madam Speaker, this bill aims to make the welfare system fairer, more effective, with the aim to empower people rather than trap them in dependency. Madam Speaker, the majority of New Zealanders are in employment. There's a small number who are not. We help them, the taxpayers helps pay to support those people. We want to give them a hand up. We don't want to keep them in dependency, and that's what this bill is about, Madam Speaker. For 15 years, the only option has been financial sanctions for people who don't comply with their obligations. This is introducing non-financial sanctions to help empower those people. Madam Speaker, we want to lift individuals and families up. Fundamentally, we believe in New Zealanders and how much they are capable of. And that's what this bill is about, Madam Speaker. It is a good step forward. We are here to support people, but people need to comply with their obligations. 98% of beneficiaries do. The small number who don't, we will support them to develop the skills they need to get back into employment. I commend this bill to the House.
Speaker.
Helen White.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak on this bill. I want to contribute something a little bit different to this debate, but I think it's absolutely where we should have our eye on the ball. This bill is a cynical distraction from a deliberate decision to create more unemployment in this country. One of the things I was proudest of as a backbencher in the last government was that our unemployment rate fell to a level it hadn't been at before. And it was very clear that we were moving people who had been in families where there had been what I would consider systemic, ingrained unemployment into employment for the first time. We are back, Madam Speaker, to levels of unemployment I am concerned about, and it isn't by accident. I have been in this House when we reversed the law that meant that the Reserve Bank Governor, when they were making decisions about their monetary policy, which has a huge impact on employment, had taken away from them that they should be mindful about maximising sustainable employment. We were told that this was because they had couldn't possibly do two things at once. Well, actually, I would say that maximising sustainable employment is absolutely the core to the same thing that the Minister got up today and said. She said, we all want people in work. I agree. We all want people in work. We want to maximise the people in work. But what I've heard, and it's like listening to your drunk uncle, I hear from some of the people in the chamber things like people are sitting on the benefit. Well, there might be people who need to have strong sanctions and obligations, and they were already there. They have always been there. There have always been sanctions for that little group. Most of the people who find themselves unemployed to this year, who were not unemployed last year, the reason that they are unemployed is because this government chose to have a policy where it prioritised other parts of the economy. Maximum sustainable employment means the level of employment where if you have more, it puts pressure on the economy and inflation goes up. There's an interesting irony there. It's basically saying that those people who are unemployed are doing everyone else a favour because they're keeping the pressure on wages down. So it's one of those ironic things that we actually rely in our conceptual thinking on having a group of people who are unemployed so that wages don't go up. And when there are less people than maximally sustainably employed, when we have less people employed than that, wages tend to go up. Well, good luck. I'd love them to go up. Yes, our economy might need to be readjusted and our thinking might be readjusted in other ways, but we need people in this country employed because I agree with the Minister. It's absolutely paramount that we focus on everybody being employed and wages going up in this country. There is too much of a divide between people. I know often lots of us will be a part of circles of people where people are earning enormous amounts of money in this country. I'd like to remind the public when they're thinking about sanctioning those who are unemployed and talking about people who sit around on their couch. First of all, I'd like to remind them just how much those benefits are. They're about $353, I think, if I became unemployed tomorrow, Madam Speaker. Now, butter in this country has gone up. It's gone up from about $4.50 earlier this year to $7.50, I think, on average. Actually, if you look and if you Googled this, you'd find that the amount that butter is something like $11 quite often. So if you're lucky enough to find a $7.50 butter, you're lucky. And we're talking about $350. Toothpaste would be about $5 for one of the economy brands. So take the $300 that we're talking about here and think about what happens if you're suddenly unemployed tomorrow. We pride ourselves on having a safety net, But it's not the best safety net in the world. It's not one really that you'd want to sit around for a long time waiting or lolling out on the couch, which is the myth that has been proliferated here and is proliferated by this piece of legislation. It's just not a very nice lifestyle choice, is it? Most people would rather work. And I am absolutely in favour of it. And I do want to bust the myth that there is no support in this side of the House for a level of obligation and sanction if that becomes necessary. But what we're being asked to do today is focus and demonise a group of people who have gone up in the last year because of a deliberate decision by this government to create more unemployment because it wanted inflation down. And we're being told, focus on them. Don't look over here. It's not us, it's them. They're just sitting around on the couch. They're just behaving badly. Let's just talk about one of those groups, the youth. They're a really problematic group, and it's really easy if you're old to think that the youth are lolling around on the couch. You may even be able to find a few in your own family who are capable of such things. But actually, if we look at the numbers, the youth in this country are facing an unprecedented crisis in terms of unemployment. Between 15 and 19, we have rates of unemployment that are 24%. That's almost a quarter of people in that age group have not got a job. And if we visit it on them, if we say it's all their fault and we just need to sanction them and kick them a little bit, if we take away their benefits, if we manage their money, if we take away any level of respect for those people that all those things imply, what are we saying? Because I have a lot of faith in that group of people. And they have been through really hard times. When the rest of us, when we were looking at unemployment due to the possibility of a pandemic, when that happened to us, we created a wage subsidy. The unemployment benefit wasn't good enough for us. People who came off into sudden unemployment were given more than the group we're talking about now, because that wasn't good enough for those who were suddenly going to be employed, because it was a group we identified with and who we knew had mortgages and obligations, and we didn't find them at fault. It is very easy to think about the people in the situation, that 5.1% right now, those workers at Kinley, that group of youth. It is very easy and tempting to demonise them. But we actually treated ourselves a lot better when in fact it was our turn to be suddenly unemployed. And actually that was the right thing, to reach out and support people in that situation, to support them more realistically and to get them through that crisis was something that the Labour government did proudly. And all the barking on that goes on about all the wastage and the wasted spending and the debt, I remember the National Party clamouring for further subsidies for their mates, that's what was going on. They were actually clamouring for more spending at the time, and now they're sanctimoniously not doing so. Thank you, Madam Speaker, I will. I am simply responding to the heckling I'm getting because I've obviously touched a nerve. So to return to this bill, I think the point of this bill is to distract New Zealanders. I think it is that kind of approach that is so easy in politics. Find yourself an easy victim, an easy enemy, one that make it attractive to people. Talk about people sitting around on the couch, when in fact it's not that people have sat around on the couch, because they weren't sitting around on the couch in the Labour government. There were record amounts of employment, and that is something that actually changes the game for people. That's a game changer. So I am proud to be part of a party that thinks about people in a very different way and values our youth and values our potential. It is time for New Zealand to think very carefully about the next 20 years and what it wants, because this government, with silly little bills like this, that are trivial and petty and cruel, and are actually just blaming and distracting, this government has things to learn.
I call Paulo Garcia. Sorry. I've got a point of order. Ricardo Menendez-March.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I seek leave to correct a statement I made in the House during slot 3 of this debate.
Leave is sought for that purpose. Is there any objection?
Thank you. During my speech, I used the term bottom trawlers to refer to statements that the Prime Minister had made in the past. I was referring to bottom feeders, which is in the context of quotes where he said bottom feeding in relationship to welfare in 2023 during the election campaign.
Noted.
Madam Speaker.
I call Paulo Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Social Security Amendment Bill is aimed at enabling beneficiaries to get back on their feet by getting back into work. I commend this bill to the House.
Oh, that was much better than the last.
This is a split call. I call Arana Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a bill that punishes young people, and I have 4 points to make about how it does so. But first, I want to talk about a young woman that I met in my electorate of Mandarewa recently. I'll call her KJ, a really cool young person just trying to get ahead, recently enrolled in a course about building and construction and getting back on her feet. She lives, Madam Speaker, in one of the amazing youth facilities for homeless youth. She, for the first time this year, experienced sleeping at a bus shelter. She was 16 at the time. She was living with her nan before that and a number of her cousins, and she was working in a warehouse after school packing groceries, and she left her school for that job, which then fell through for her when she moved in with her boyfriend, and it ultimately wasn't a safe environment for her. There are many young people like her who experience homelessness in our communities in South Auckland. These are young people with no adult in their corner. Nobody who is looking out for them, nobody who is making sure that they are going to school fed, clothed, warm, dry. Nobody in her life who was able to provide her with some guidance and some support to get back into her education until she was one of the people lucky enough to find her feet with a social housing organisation like the one that she is in now. But that social housing organisation has a waiting list of 300 young people between the age of 15 and 19, and that has increased 200% since last year. There are more and more young people who are facing not only homelessness but joblessness and a lack of educational opportunities, and they are the people we are considering today when we pass a piece of legislation like this, which introduces new sanctions that can be novelly and uniquely applied to young people. These are sanctions that other jurisdictions we like to compare ourselves to do not use against young people, because young people are the most vulnerable people when it comes to the burdens of meeting the requirements of something like this. Young people who experience a situation like KJ's deserve our help, our support, and all of the resources of the state to get them back on track. This bill does exactly the opposite of that and will punish people like KJ who have had a bit of a break. It's a real shame to look at this kind of bill which ignores the reality of youth unemployment when this is also a government that is crushing the industries that employs young people. 14,000 construction jobs gone since the day this government took office. A major employer of young men in the electorate of Mandarewa, almost 1 in 10 young men employed in the construction sector, and that industry on its knees because this government will not invest in a pipeline of public infrastructure builds and housing builds which we desperately need. Youth unemployment is not about sitting at home and languishing away. It is about a lack of opportunities, not a lack of motivation. Young people in New Zealand are hopeful for their futures, but when they don't have jobs to go to because of the economic choices taken by a cabinet that ignores their needs, they are being deeply let down by the people who are meant to represent them, many of them too young to even have a say in the democratic process. It's young people like KJ who are going into an employment market now where they will be systematically disadvantaged because it is these years where they need to get their start. The national government says that they want to get young people into employment opportunities. Well, it's people like her who are competing against 35-year-olds because those 35-year-olds have been let go. It was the same experience I had in the global financial crisis when young people like me were competing with jobs for people who were much older and more experienced than us because the total size of the number of jobs in our economy drastically shrunk. This government is overseeing a steeper economic decline and a steeper decline in industries like building and construction, which generally employ young people. So punitive sanctions like this also increase the reapplication frequencies and therefore punishes instability. People like her who don't have general access to a car, general access to transport, who face burdens to actually get into the office, let alone the technological burdens of being available online or through the phone, are also then disadvantaged at having extra sanctions included on them. This bill also extends periods where one mistake will be recorded on their record. If she gets something wrong, it will be on her record for 2 years. She's only 17. She will muck this up. Other people will too. This is a bill which actively stops young people getting ahead. This is a government that has made choices to make it harder for young people. This is a government that should be ashamed of that record.
Nancy Liu.
People who can work should work. People deserve to be more independent on their own and have a life away from welfare. People also deserve to have a government that is fiscally responsible and that will help those who need help to be on their own 2 feet and enjoy a better life. So therefore, Madam Speaker, I fully commend this bill to the House.
Oh, no, not this time.
It's funny, isn't it? It's hilarious. It is really funny as we stand in this House this afternoon and as we criticise our most vulnerable, that it is a joke. And so, Madam Speaker, as I stand here controlling my anger and my distaste as I stand in this place, which is so artificial, Madam Speaker, this place has no natural light. This place has no natural air flowing through. This place is, in many ways, a cocoon that protects us from the outside world and from what is reality. And Madam Speaker, I think this is what this bill actually is about. It's the disconnection from the grassroots. It's a disconnection from the light and from the air of humanity that we need to address and talk about this afternoon. And there's laughs and there's jeers, and I'm fine with that because I don't expect anything better from the government side of the House. Because the last time I spoke on this bill, Madam Speaker, I was mocked. And I was accused of being in a fantasy world, and again this afternoon. And I do not live in a fantasy world because I live in the real world. I live in a community. I have been at the grassroots and continue to live in that community where this means something for them tomorrow. This means something for them tomorrow because the journey they have been on, the experiences they have lived, are the reason many of them unwillingly sit on a benefit, who unwillingly have to go into the MSD office and have to go there not under their own will or choice, not happily or with delight, but with shame, but with embarrassment, Madam Speaker. And I've sat in the MSD office in Wellington, I've sat in the MSD office in New Plymouth countless times with people who are embarrassed, are ashamed that they can't pay their own rent, that they can't fix their own car, that they can't feed their own family. And yes, we say we need to be punitive, they can just go out and get a job, it's all good, fine with them. We always have to come back to circumstances. Because the problem with this artificial room with no natural light is the fact that we actually can't see because it's so within the small box of a piece of legislation. And you have to look out and beyond that box. And you have to look, I am talking to this bill, you have to look out of the box of this room, Mr. Mooney. And Mr. Mooney said that National is about being fairer. National is about being more effective with our money. That's what he said, Madam Speaker. He said they're all about a hand up. And we agree that it's about a hand up. But we don't think it's about a boot in the guts. We do not believe in that, Madam Speaker. We believe in a hand up. And we believe and know that our communities are better, our communities are richer, our communities are more prosperous when everyone has a hand up. And we are with that, and we are on that kaupapa, and we want to make sure it happens. And as I stand in this box that is so sterile, I think we need to reflect on those who we are talking about, and we actually need to be talking with them. This legislation does a number of things, and I don't really need to go into it, Madam Speaker, because it's been addressed several times already in the third reading. But I think we need to look at actually the reality of what it does out there. Does this fix the problem of unemployment? No. Does this lift people's mana? No. Does this lift our society and our communities of people who aren't able to find work? It does not. All it does, it's a kick in the guts, and it is unfair. We look at the unemployment numbers. We look at the unemployment numbers for our NEETs community, our young people who aren't in employment, education and training. And in the March quarter, there was just over 12% of our young people, 15 to 24, was almost 13% actually, who are not in education, not in employment. And we as a community need to stand up for them and make sure that they have every opportunity they have.
All-time low in 23.
And I look at the community and the young people I've walked alongside for many years, and I say to that member who was shouting out at me, if they understood, if they walked at least a week in their shoes alongside them, they would understand there are challenges that are there, and we need to step up for the sake of a hand up. And this is not a hand up, this is a boot in the guts, and this will push people down. The other thing, Madam Speaker, in this legislation I want to address is the capacity of MSD. Because during Scrutiny Week last year, MSD admitted that they are pushed beyond capacity. And this is just more paperwork, red tape, we heard of that before. This is more sanctions that MSD staff have to work on and have to deal with, Madam Speaker. We look at the rise in terms of those on the main benefit. We look at the fact that jobs in the back room of MSD are going backwards by at least 700. And we wonder how, not only from a practical level, but a humane level, we can actually agree to legislation like this in the House this afternoon. Now, the Social Security Amendment Bill is something that we will never agree on. We will never agree on. Thank you. Do you want to have a chat or a yarn, Mr. Mooney?
No one's going to have a chat across the House, thanks.
I just think it is disrespectful, and it is rude, and it is arrogant. It is arrogant that this member would just continue to barrage myself in terms of what we're doing and what we're standing up for today. Madam Speaker, I have a young person who is in my life, and the circumstances of their life I don't need to even go into in this House. But I remember about 2 years ago, he came to me and said, I need to get a job. I'm struggling and I need to get a job. And I said, great, let's figure this out. Let's figure out a CV for you. Let's put it together. So we sat down, and it was not easy to write a CV for this young person who, through circumstances of not their fault, They had never been in work since dropping out of school. Circumstances not of their doing, but in terms of family circumstances that caused trauma and serious harm to this young person. And is that an excuse that he sits on the dole? No, it's not an excuse, but it's the reality of why he's there. So I helped with this one-page CV, which was very limited to name, contact details, what they like, their personal statement about who they are as a person. And we put that one-page CV together, Madam Speaker, and then proceeded to go around New Plymouth to every tradie, every small shop, every business we could think of to give him a chance to get a job. It didn't work. He had no experience. He had been given no opportunities whatsoever. There was nothing that anyone wanted to touch this young man with because of experiences that had gone through his life which were not of his doing. And then, of course, the fact that there was no proven record. So he had to go back into the Winds office. He had to go back and continue to be on the dole. And I remember sitting with him in the Winds office that afternoon after we'd spent probably 3 months just popping CVs in and around. And the fact that he was actually so whakamā that I had to talk for him because he had tried, but he gave up. He thought, why would I bother? You know, it's why would you bother when the door gets closed on you time and time again? And I stand with him, and I still stand with him, and I hope and I pray that he will get a job one day, but all I can do is stand beside him until that day comes. But Madam Speaker, this legislation isn't fair. This legislation doesn't pick people up, and I'm opposed.
Carlos Chung. The opposition can talk all day about the unemployment rate and how people struggle daily, but works are meaningless without action. On this side of the House, we focus on delivery. That's why last month, I organised a job fair with Auckland Business Chamber to help people in Mawaskill to get back to work, because we believe that employment is the key to break the cycle of poverty. I commend this bill to the House.
Well done. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. The noes have it.
Ayes have it. Ayes have it.
Party vote is called for, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
4 votes no.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 votes opposed.
Members, the ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to.
Social Security Amendment Bill, third reading.
I call on Government Order of the Day number 3.
Public Works Critical Infrastructure Amendment Bill, first reading.
Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Chris Pink.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I present a legislative statement on the Public Works Critical Infrastructure Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Public Works Critical Infrastructure Amendment Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Transport and Infrastructure Committee to consider the bill. At the appropriate time, I intend to move that the bill be reported to the House by 16 September 2025. Madam Speaker, New Zealand faces a significant infrastructure deficit. This has spanned generations and different governments. To acknowledge that fact, to admit that fact is not a politically partisan point, it is in fact simply reality. As our population grows and our existing assets continue to age, demand is mounting for us to build smarter, faster and better so that we might boost this nation's productivity and lift living standards for all New Zealanders. This challenge is particularly pressing for our transport networks. We need these routes to operate a 21st century standard to move goods from Kiwi farms to global markets, to ensure that first responders can reach people in need, and to allow everyday Kiwis to get to work safely and efficiently so that our economy can continue moving. Madam Speaker and colleagues, the Public Works Act 1981 is the legislative tool that gives central and local government the authority to acquire and manage public land for the new infrastructure that New Zealanders need and deserve. I think it's fair to acknowledge, Madam Speaker, again, over a period of time and not a politically partisan point, that aspects of the operation of this legislation are no longer fit for purpose. Inefficient processes are causing costly delays, and too often the only progress on a project is a legal battle dragging on in a courtroom. These hold-ups are escalating costs and slowing the delivery of new roads, schools, housing, renewable energy projects and hospitals. I should also add, Madam Speaker, that as a matter of fairness to landowners, faster and fairer processes are most certainly needed. Our proposed amendments to the Public Works Act, on which I'm speaking right now, will accelerate the delivery of critical infrastructure, which is essential for New Zealand's economic growth. Speaking now, Madam Speaker, as to the scope of the bill, it is designed to respond to the current critical infrastructure deficit, and as such will apply to a finite set of projects. I'll make this point again at the close of my remarks, Madam Speaker, but for the clarity of the House now, I point out that other reforms in relation to the Public Works Act will be progressed by the government separate to this, a bill on what we're calling critical infrastructure. The bill will streamline the Public Works Act land acquisition process for critical infrastructure projects that are listed on a Schedule 2 the bill. These are public works projects that are listed on Schedule 2 of the Fast Track Approvals Act 2024 and the roads of national significance identified in the Government Policy Statement 2024 for land transport. I should also emphasise, Madam Speaker, that only the agencies that already and currently can use the Public Works Act to acquire land or interest in land, being the Crown, local authorities and network utility operators that are what we know as requiring authorities, will be able to use the critical infrastructure process. There's no broadening of the mandate of the legislation in that respect. So just to be very, very clear, private entities cannot acquire land under the Public Works Act, and this is not going to change with the proposed amendments to the legislation. Talking now, Madam Speaker, about a replacement objection process, the bill introduces a faster, fairer land acquisition process by replacing landowner objections to the Environment Court with a streamlined submission process. It outlines the new objection process and establishes the criteria that decision makers must use when determining whether land can be compulsorily acquired under the Public Works Act. Importantly, judicial review remains an option, and I'm confident that this process ensures natural justice rights are upheld. Judicial review, as members will likely know, relates to the inherent jurisdiction of the High Court. It's the right of a person who is affected by government decision making to go to the court and to test whether the authority of the executive branch of government has been exercised in a way that is reasonable. That much will not change. And goes to the important point around natural justice rights, for example, the right to be heard. The Public Works Act separates public works into central government and also local works. The decision maker for central government work is the Minister for Land Information. A local authority, on the other hand, is the decision maker for a local work, as you might expect. Most land acquisitions under the Public Works Act are settled by agreement. In other words, a compulsory acquisition does not need to take place in the majority of cases. However, when objections are made and these reach the Environment Court, costs rise hugely for all concerned and project timelines blow out. The bill's proposed submission process will significantly reduce delays by allowing a decision within approximately 60 working days by the time the whole process is played out at its maximum, compared with the 6 to 12 months or even longer that it can take for the Environment Court and subsequent court hearings to hear objections. So, while the bill streamlines the objection process, it will still require agencies to negotiate in good faith with landowners for at least 3 months before compulsory acquisition is considered. Addressing now, Madam Speaker, the subject of incentive payments to encourage agreement, of course noting that whether it's the streamlined process or the current standard court process, it is better for all concerned if agreement can be reached on a willing buyer, willing seller basis. So, to encourage landowners to reach agreement, therefore, on land that is needed for critical infrastructure, the bill introduces an incentive payment of 15% of the land's value for those who negotiate and sell early in the process. To ensure the scheme remains affordable, payments will be capped at $150,000 with a minimum payment of $5,000, notwithstanding the calculation that's otherwise made on the percentage basis. In addition, there is a recognition payment regime whereby the legislation provides an additional 5% recognition to landowners whose land is acquired, whether by agreement or compulsorily, as acknowledgement that their land is being used for critical infrastructure, which will serve a significant purpose in improving the lives of their fellow New Zealanders. This payment has no minimum amount and is capped at $92,000. Of course, those who are adept at mathematics of any gender will know that the combined total of these is $242,000 where both incentive and recognition payments apply. And I should emphasise, again for the sake of clarity, Madam Speaker, within this House, but for anyone also following along closely who may be affected by such moves in a positive way, I hasten to add, that the recognition payment and, where applicable, the incentive payment that I've just outlined will be made on top of the existing compensation provided under the Public Works Act. The new critical infrastructure incentive payment will replace the limited incentive payment regime currently under the Act, but again I emphasise on top of the 100% of the value of the land as already able to be established. And in addition to the point I made earlier, Madam Speaker, about the retention of judicial review avenue, so too will the Land Valuation Tribunal remain available to determine compensation disputes. Madam Speaker, I think it's also important to highlight that protected Māori land will be excluded from this regime in a way that I'll now point out. The government acknowledges that the historic confiscation of land, including through the previous versions of the Public Works Act, is a source of pain for many New Zealanders. And in contrast to that history, more recently, acquiring Māori land for public works has been and will remain under this regime a last resort. Protected Māori land, as defined under the Public Works Act, cannot be acquired through the new critical infrastructure process. Owners of this type of land retain their full right to object through the Environment Court. If land acquisition must occur, such landowners will be eligible for the recognition payment and, where applicable, also the incentive payment to ensure that their role and contribution are properly acknowledged with respect to their unique connection to the land. That's a matter of legal and moral force as far as I'm concerned. Madam Speaker, agencies will be able to opt out. In other words, those who are responsible for critical infrastructure projects will have the ability to opt out of the new process on a project-by-project basis. If they choose to opt out, then any landowner objections will continue to be heard by the Environment Court as under the current system. And finally, Madam Speaker, transitional provisions are provided for in the proposed bill. They'll allow agencies to maintain momentum for critical infrastructure projects where land acquisition processes have commenced before the enactment. Finally, my final point is that there will be a review after 3 years to ensure that the legislation is operating in a faster and fairer way as we intend. As I've said earlier, Madam Speaker, in addition, there is a broader review of the Public Works Act outside this critical infrastructure kaupapa, and we'll have more to say about that and more in the House in due course. In the meantime, though, I look forward to colleagues' contributions and commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to.
Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Damien.
Madam Speaker, I'm just wondering were there any other final points from the Minister? Madam Speaker, we're here from government and we're here to help. It's often said when officials might come knocking on the door. Unfortunately, the Public Works Act is not one of those areas where most people see a huge benefit. Indeed, it's a piece of legislation that's been in place for a long time, as the Minister said, and it's necessary to ensure that we do allow for infrastructural development across our country. And in many places, many times and many occasions, landowners and the government are aligned. They still see the value of actually developing a work that often, or a project that often impacts on the private land that someone might have or the interest that they have. And that moves along reasonably smoothly and has done over decades, really, to give us the infrastructure we have. But from time to time, conflict arises. Madam Speaker, the Labor Party will support this piece of legislation, but we do expect the Select Committee to scrutinise this very carefully because there are some serious questions that need to be answered. The Minister has said, and we agree, that there is an infrastructural deficit across our country. It's been exacerbated at times by, take for example, the previous national government that bought in, sweat the assets on our roading infrastructure and then increased the tonnage of the trucks. That actually led to a rapid decline in the roading network that we're facing across this country. And I'm sure my colleague Tangi Utukiri will raise those issues. And so the projects in Schedule 2 are, for the most part, transport. There's one big housing project. But the transport, what isn't in here is a list of water projects. Because the National Party and ACT and New Zealand First too criticised and slammed the Labor government for its water initiatives called Three Waters and said it will throw that out and will put other alternative initiatives in place. We're yet to see them. We're yet to see any infrastructural proposals around water for this country. We have a couple of discussion documents and a bit of a proposal that tries to rope councils in. Actually, we're not seeing much action. So I do say, while we welcome the list of transport projects in here and one housing, there is a deficit in the deficit list that we should be looking at. Look, the Minister has outlined some of the technical details of the legislation. But I'd like to refer to the issue of property rights, which is where the conflict occurs in the Public Works Act. That is the property rights of a landowner and then the objective of government to move through that. The government's got itself into a bit of a bind, I have to say, because it's been talking about the RMA reform, which will form part of this process down the track, but enhancing property rights, it says. RMA reform and enhancing property rights. Well, I'll put on the record now, Madam Speaker, that jurisprudence will determine where the balance of that lies into the future. And all the learnings, all the experience and all the judicial advice that comes from the RMA and its cases over many years will be thrown out. And so people who think that they've got better protection for their property rights through the RMA reform are being misled by this government once again, Madam Speaker. This bill rides over property rights for good purpose. That is, it moderates them. It doesn't allow access to the Environment Court. People can choose to go to the Minister for decision making. This potentially might streamline the process, but it doesn't give any guarantees. The incentives through additional payments are a good step forward and probably will incentivise that hurry up. But there is in 39 AAM an ability for the changes to be made to that compensation. So the Select Committee, in my view, should scrutinise that. Why should changes be able to be made when we're passing this through legislation? Madam Speaker, Labor will support this, but there are many questions that need to be answered by the Select Committee, and I know that my colleagues will be referring to some of those. Yes, we need good cooperative behaviour between landowners and the government in infrastructural development, but we need to ensure that the balance is always maintained between property rights and the government and other fairness through this process.
The Honourable Julianne Genter.
Tēnā koe, Madam Speaker. Tēnā koutou e te whare. The country that we live in does need investment in infrastructure, and the most pressing need is for infrastructure that rapidly reduces greenhouse gas emissions, that helps us stop the loss of biodiversity, that helps us end child poverty. There's so many things that we need to be investing in, and unfortunately this government is not making the right choices by and large. This bill seems to be a directly linked to the fast track bill, which the Green Party opposed, and it is not the reform of the Public Works Act that we need. We do need to reform the Public Works Act, and I was really sorry that government MPs did not vote for my colleague Kuhana Linden's members' bill that would have righted a historical wrong and made sure that Maori land was no longer taken in the same way under the Public Works Act. Of course, that was voted down by this government, hardly a surprise. But this bill is the next stage in the fast-track approvals process, which is all about bulldozing through key critical checks and balances from the compulsory land acquisitions process in order to facilitate projects that, by and large, are taking us in the wrong direction. And it doesn't even matter whether you don't believe in climate change, which I'm sure there are government members who don't believe in climate change and don't think we should do anything about it. The irony is that the vast majority of the transport projects listed in Schedule 2 don't even stack up according to the supposed objectives of the government itself. So if we want a transport system that's reducing costs, that's improving productivity, that's helping more people and goods move around the country, the vast majority of the transport projects listed in Schedule 2 do not do that. And they certainly don't make improvements in a cost-effective way, and we know that from initial benefit cost analysis. Although if you ask the government now for any information around costs or benefits related to any of the many highway projects that they are proposing to fast-track, they will say we don't know the costs. So they've made these projects a priority without knowing the costs, without knowing the benefits. But we have decades and decades now of evidence about what supports economic productivity and what the opportunities are for countries in terms of reducing the cost of moving people and goods. And it turns out that what's good for the economy or productivity is also what's good for the climate, is also what's good for consumers. And that is not spending billions of dollars on 4-lane highways in cities or in the middle of nowhere, because there are more cost-effective ways to do it. And I mean, the government MPs just have absolute blinders on when it comes to this. They'll say over and over again they care about cost effectiveness, they care about economic productivity, they care about growth, and yet they will consistently support projects. Really, it's like cargo cult economics. They think that they've been to some richer countries and they saw some big roads and they think if we build them here, it will facilitate economic development. Go learn something about transport economics. It's so interesting. It's so fascinating. There are huge opportunities for New Zealand to reduce the burden of transport costs, and it's not through 4-lane highways at any cost anywhere. So it's actually just a bit deranged what's happening. It's a bit deranged the way they're so convinced that a 4-lane highway is the answer to any problem in the absence of any actual economic analysis. And so the Green Party's not going to support this bill. We'll be looking closely at it at Select Committee. As has been mentioned by the Honourable Damien O'Connor, there are real tensions between the things they say they value, like private property rights, and this sort of bill, which basically gives more power to the executive to compulsorily acquire land. And they make up for it through making it possible for people who have their land taken to get maybe a bit more financial compensation. However, that doesn't reflect the fact that for many people, whenua, it doesn't have that monetary value. It can't be replaced. with money. There is an attachment to the land that must be respected, and there's more than just humans living on the land, and we should respect all life. We would like to see a Reformed Public Works Act. This isn't it. This is just a government that is very autocratic and seems to hate the environment and have no concept of the challenges that are actually facing us.
Parmjeet Parmar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm taking this call on behalf of ACT to support Public Works Critical Infrastructure Amendment Bill. Madam Speaker, the Minister in charge has already gone through everything that this bill does, so I won't take too much of the House time. But what I would say is that we all know that we need to deliver a lot more infrastructure, and we need to deliver in a timely manner, in an effective and efficient manner. But we also know that when we are delivering infrastructure, there are a lot of processes, a lot of steps that are involved. Land acquisition is something that is a very important step when we start thinking about any new infrastructure. And we have seen that some of the processes that need streamlining. So what this bill does is it streamlines the objections process that is experienced when the step of land acquisition comes. And it also introduces some incentives. So what we want to see is that the process is faster, but at the same time, the process is fairer as well. And of course, we want to hear from the submitters in the select committee process. And my colleague, Cameron Luxton, is on the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee. And I'm sure that the contributions that submitters will make in the select committee process will be taken on board. So we look forward to seeing in what form this bill is reported back from the select committee. So, Madam Speaker, the ACT Party supports this bill. Thank you.
Andy Foster.
Speaker, I'm delighted to rise to speak to this bill. It's not a good start. It's all about making sure that we improve our economic productivity. And where I wanted to, and this is front and centre for New Zealand First, where I wanted to go to was the Infrastructure Commission presented to the Transport and Infrastructure Select Committee, which is where this bill is going to go to for consideration. And what they said to us is we're investing enough money in infrastructure in this country to do the job that we need to do. The problem is that we're not getting value out of that money. And what is happening there is that the processes in many cases, whether it's the consenting process, the Public Works Act processes, etc., are holding the country back. So it is essential that we make sure that the Public Works Act process is efficient, and that is what this government has been doing a lot of work on. As we've heard already, that taking land compulsorily is a really, really significant step. It's important that there are safeguards there. What this bill does, though, is to make sure that the ministers who will make decisions in this case have to step through the same criteria as the Environment Court would have done previously, and that gives some protections there. It brings in, as you've heard, also some incentives to try and reach agreement first, and that's obviously an important thing that needs to be done. But I did want to tell you one very, very quick story, and it's the story of Mount Messenger. We've already talked about that last week in respect of the Wildlife Act. You have a new road being built up one valley, through a hill, down... Okay, you don't have a new road, but there is a new road being built up one valley, through a hill and down another valley to then make the whole highway system work better. The problem is that somebody at one end of one valley is not willing to sell. The process has got convoluted. We've had to do the NZTA have had to do a very, very complex, very ingenious structure to try and make sure that they can actually build the road. But it is going to come at a cost of hundreds and probably hundreds of millions of dollars because of one person holding out in terms of the Public Works Act. If this was made more efficient, more effective, that means all that money could have gone to something else, whether it's roading, whether it's public transport, whatever it might have been, somewhere around New Zealand. That is about making New Zealand fly faster, fly higher, go faster, and that is really, really important. That is what this bill is all about. I'm looking forward to seeing it in front of the Select Committee, and I commend this bill to the House.
Tēnā koe te pika.
Taku te whiras.
Kei konei hau ki te whakamahara I te whare. Ki ngā huatanga o te whenua, ngā whenua ka tangohi I te iwi Māori me tēnei pere. So kia ora. I think, given the nature of the earlier debates in the House this morning, it's really interesting that this bill, the Public Works Bill, which has been around since about 1864, I think, is being amended to speed things up. Now, Tiwi Māori don't have a very good history or relationship with the Public Works Act, since its inception in 1864. We talked about the 1863 invasions this morning. Tauranga suffered great losses, land losses, all kinds of losses. And a lot of those losses were exacted out of them through the first iteration of this bill. So, you know, there's about 66 million acres of land in this country, and before the signing of the treaty, Māori owned them all. Now, there were a bunch of early land sales which were deemed illegal by the mid-1850s. Catch up, Junior, you'll learn about this. You obviously weren't paying any attention this morning. And those land losses were deemed illegal. This would hold out until the 1860s, right? And in the 1860s, Māori still retained about 80% of the North Island, where Tauranga is a iwi. There where the invasions of Grey happened, where a lot of the land loss suffered by Tiwi Māori was incurred. But hey, get back to the bill. These people, I tell you, this is Wanganui MP. So Māori have suffered loss of land from the Crown through the Public Works Act since 1864. And the scale of that land was probably somewhere in the range of 20 million acres leading into the 1900s. 20 million acres. And so today they want to show up with this piece of paper and tell me that incentive payments are going to build trust in Tiwi Māori because it's going to fix everything. You want to learn to listen. You want to learn to go and actually speak to the people who suffered land loss on a staggering scale in this country at the hands of this very bill. At the hands of this very bill, the government, all these boys from Tauranga who talk so wholeheartedly about their journeys as young men looking at ancient past sites and battlegrounds. That's the story in the morning. In the afternoon, let's push the old Public Works Amendment Bill through. I'll tell you about Māori and roads. Māori retained a lot of land right up into the late 1800s. And you know what the Public Works Bill allowed the government to do? To put paper roads through that land and carve it up. Because the government was able to then go and take land that was 5 acres either side of that road, even if the road wasn't built. So don't throw your things around from that side of the house because you know absolutely nothing about it.
Please don't bring the Speaker into the debate.
Oh, don't let the government throw their ignorance around the house like it means something when the people in the government obviously know nothing about the history of the thing, and you're in here pleading poor you and I'm going to look after Tauranga Moana in the morning, and you're here in the afternoon passing the very bill, an amendment to the same bill that led to a lot of the devastation that the Māori people around the country have had to live with. So, ka haere tonu. And by the 2000s, the retention of Māori land in Māori hands was down to about 4 million acres. 4 million acres. And a large proportion of that was tied up in the Māori Land Court, which isn't like the title suggests, right? It's the Pākehā control of Māori Land Court. So Māori suffer the greatest losses, and despite the guarantees or the hopes of the new legislation that perhaps one day Māori land will be valued at the same value as general land, why would that not already be the case? That's another story for another day. Anyway, here we are. We find ourselves listening to ideas all proposed on the premise of good economic productivity that has never managed to trickle down to te iwi Māori. So we do not support the bill. Tēnā koe.
I call Dan Bidwell.
Madam Speaker, we're in desperate need as a country to get on and build infrastructure. And if you look at the estimates from the National Infrastructure Commission or independent consultant estimates, the needs is running into the hundreds of billions of dollars for infrastructure around this country. So I support this bill. The purpose is simply to look at streamlining the land acquisition process under the Public Works Act for the fast-track approvals bill and those that are listed in Schedule 2, and in particular also the roads of national significance, which is a high priority for this government. I look forward to the Select Committee process as Deputy Chair of the Infrastructure and Transport Select Committee, along with my colleagues Andy Foster and Tangi Utakere and other colleagues around the House. We've got party members from the Green Party here as well. And I want to reassure people that you'll get a fair hearing at the Select Committee. So I'd like to encourage those to submit on this bill. And particularly I'm keen, Madam Speaker, to hear from those who have been through the land acquisition process before, whether it's private individuals, iwi organisations, or also private companies as well, just to understand what are the current fishhooks with the Public Works Act and to make sure that we've struck the right balance with this Act. But otherwise, Madam Speaker, I commend the Minister for bringing this bill to the House, and I commend this bill to the House.
Tangi Utakere.
Kia ora, Madam Speaker. It's great to be able to take a call on this bill at first reading. It's a very important Act that this bill is seeking to amend because it is one that is, when it is utilised, it is overtly empowering. And what that means, Madam Speaker, is it basically has the potential to railroad over many people's rights. And my colleague, the Honourable Damien O'Connor, touched on those property and landowners' rights that this has the interface alongside. So it is important that we do take some time to talk through some of the issues that might come up in Select Committee. As my colleague has said, we will be supporting this bill to Select Committee. I look forward as a member of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee to, as Mr Bidwar has said, to engaging with the submitters over this. I do hope that many people will submit to have their views known, because the need for safeguards in any form of empowering legislation is very important, and so that's part of the process, so I look forward to that. Madam Speaker, the bill has a couple of schedules attached to it, and Schedule 2, which basically identifies the list of critical infrastructure projects, and it is a significant list, but when one looks through those projects there, the overwhelming nature of them are transport related. When we look at the airport to Botany bus rapid transit, when we look at the Auckland level crossing removal, when we look at an alternative to the Brindurans, these are a whole range of transport-related infrastructure projects that are currently on the government's roads of national significance list. Now, whether they actually come to fruition, of course, is another question, but it is interesting that they are contained here. And when one looks at the RIS, interesting enough, this is actually a government bill that does have a RIS associated with it. It does identify that depending on the final decisions that are taken, any roads of national significance that are due for construction over that 3-year period will need to acquire around 500 properties. That's a significant amount. So it's important that we do engage and hear from the community around this, and in particular around the list of projects that's contained in Schedule 2. When I was having a look through there, Madam Speaker, there's not much in the South Island, of course, because this is a government that doesn't really care about infrastructure in the South Island, but there is the Lower North Island Integrated Rail Mobility there. And of course, it's good to see my colleague, the Honourable Kieran McAnulty here, because he is responsible for securing the funding for the Wairarapa line between Wellington and Masterton whilst in government. And it's good to see that there's secured funding as well between the Wellington-Palmerston North line and Schedule 2 on page 26 of the bill. So it would be interesting to hear from communities in those affected areas about what this bill might mean for them to be able to deliver on the infrastructure needs of this particular project. Madam Speaker, Mr O'Connor did reference the fact that I may wish to touch on some of the transport needs around infrastructure as they relate to this bill. And while I have done that, I do want to pick up on the point that he has made around the real need for increased investment in infrastructure, particularly when it comes to transport. He cites rightly The one example that the former National Government introduced an ability for an increase in tonnage of heavy vehicles to be travelling the rating network. What does that mean? It means an increase in the need for maintenance costs over a shorter period of time. So it's these decisions that have led to the infrastructure deficit that this country is facing. And so it's important that we do think about this. Madam Speaker, one of the concerns that we will be interested to look at Select Committee is the role that decision makers will have, because what has been already said from the Minister is that this will basically move some of that decision-making capacity from the Environment Court across to ministers. And while Mr Foster in his contribution talked about that, ministers will follow the same process. We must have our eyes open to the fact that it is ministers that will be making these decisions, very different from those of the judiciary. And so through the Select Committee process, we will be looking to tease that out to ensure that there is a level of robustness that is still within the bill, to ensure that that is an important fact that is taken up. So it is important to see this come through Select Committee. I look forward to working with colleagues around the House to see what we can do to make it a better bill. I commend it to the House.
Madam Chair.
Carlos Chong.
We are reforming the Public Works Act to support the economic growth and make it easier and cheaper to build infrastructure. This amendment bill will streamline the land acquisition process under the Public Works Act for critical infrastructure projects, such as Coast Town Corridor, which involve constructing a railway from Avondale via Wesley, Mount Wasco, and Aotearoa to KiwiPulse South Down Flight Hubs. People in Mount Wasco will be very happy to fast-track this project, as it will improve the transport network and benefit people in Mount Wasco. It will be a great day for Mount Wasco. I commend this bill to the House.
Glenn Bennett.
Kia ora, Madam Speaker. As we listen to the arguments and the debates around the House, I've been reading up and trying to understand a bit about what this legislation is about, what it does, but also why it is necessary. And I have questions around the need for this legislation. I have questions, but at the same time, I think as our small, we often think of it as small and agile, often it's heavy and big and clunky, but we get to take things to Select Committee where the public gets to engage, where we get professionals from infrastructure industries, we get people from the public, we get people from the environment sector to actually have their say and to engage in making the laws we present here in the first reading and Select Committee, hopefully, making them better if they need to be, or if they need to be thrown out completely, and that is a good thing. And so I'm glad that the government is taking this to Select Committee. I'm glad that it's not being rushed around urgency, because there are questions when it comes to the Public Works Critical Infrastructure Amendment Bill. And I just want to touch briefly this afternoon around the role of the Environment Court. And as I was looking through, and there's several references to the Environment Court, and I look at in terms of the explanatory notes at the start, and it talks about the fact that this bill is around streamlining the objection process, which replaces the right to object to the Environment Court with a natural justice process allowing for written submissions to the decision makers. Written submissions, not an oral hearing, not going to the Environment Court, but written submissions made to the decision maker. Now, as it might sound okay on paper, it might sound like something that's fairly non-offensive or doesn't cause any issues. But I believe that there's something we need to dig into, we need to think about, and we need to understand, because legislation, although, as I said earlier, is done in isolation as we focus just on this, we look at what's gone before. We look at, which is mentioned, the Fast Track Approvals Act in here, and what that does in terms of undoing some of our environment protections. What this law does in terms of if it goes through as it is currently written, what that is going to mean in terms of our environment responsibilities and the responsibility of the Environment Court. And Madam Speaker, I was reading up and looked at some comments that have been made about this bill, and it was Grierson who made a few thoughtful comments around some concerns they have. And I think it's always good to listen to experts and understand what they say. Like we have already said, we're happy to take this to Select Committee to develop it more and understand whether it's something we will continue to support. But they speak in a comment that they made was that removing the Environment Court objection process, there's a potential concerns regarding the independence of the primary decision makers. And as I said in the earlier comments, the fact that the Environment Court doesn't participate, but the fact you can write a submission to the decision maker. And they put some concerns around that. They put some caveats around we need to be cautious, we need to be careful. Yes, I understand what the government is doing. I understand that moving things through faster. I understand that. But it can't come at the expense of democracy. It can't come at the expense of those who have skin in the game, whose land it might be, or who might have connections to that space. That they just get ignored, or they just get to write something to the decision maker, because that is a concern. They also went on to say that this is a piecemeal and fragmented approach to legislative reform, and it runs the risk that we'll end up with a disjointed and confused act. And so, Madam Speaker, select committees are my favourite part of being one part of being a politician. The fact that we get to thrash things out, the fact that we get to have a contest of ideas across the table, the fact that we get to listen to submitters, we listen to experts, we listen to just concerned members of the public who want to have their voice heard. So we will take this vote for this afternoon. We will take it to select committee, but I caution the fact that, again, there is environmental protections that seem to be loosened and relaxed by this legislation, and I think we need to take that into consideration.
Carl Bates.
Madam Speaker, New Zealanders wanted a government to get stuff done, and New Zealanders understand, Madam Speaker, that takes actually doing things. And what this bill enables is agreement between parties to acquire land in order to move things along that need to happen in this country. It's practical, it's by agreement, it's what New Zealanders want in terms of being able to get stuff done in this country. Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti whakei.
Members, the ayes are 102, the noes are 21. The question is agreed to.
Public Works Critical Infrastructure Amendment Bill, first reading.
The question is that the Public Works Critical Infrastructure Amendment Bill be considered by the Transport and Infrastructure Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The Honourable Scott Simpson.
The Public Works Critical Infrastructure Amendment Bill be reported to the House by 16 September 2025.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. The question is agreed to. I call on Government Order of the Day number 4.
Interrupted debate on the second reading of the Racing Industry Amendment Bill.
We are up to number 5, and that is a National Party call. I call Tim.
Madam Speaker,
Thank you. Look, there were three key issues that came out of the Select Committee. Firstly, one was from the national sporting organisations. In short, they think they generate about 30% of their income but get 20% of the profits. They'd like a different proportion set in law. We think probably regulation is the place for that. It's a fair point, but regulation may be better than capturing it in law. Second was around new products, virtual, fantasy, and even things like in-race betting. Again, there are some valid questions there, particularly, I think, in the fantasy space. However, this bill is probably too narrow for them to be incorporated into that one. The third issue was really around the monopoly issues, and in particular, and we heard some discussion last night around the fact that some bettors feel like they were banned because they were too good, but they don't get given a reason. At the moment, that's in Clause 8 of this bill. I think it's a fair point to raise, but I do think there's an open question about whether that should be captured in this primary legislation or in regulation. That would be worthy of a bit more discussion, perhaps, at the committee stage. On that, commend the bill to the House.
Thank you, Mr Costley. Oh, that was close. I call Tom Rutherford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I rise to speak on the Racing Industry Amendment Bill for its second reading. And Madam Speaker, this bill is to safeguard the long-term financial sustainability of New Zealand's racing industry by extending the TAB's New Zealand's existing monopoly on sports and race wagering to include online betting. As my colleague Tim Costley just outlined, this bill was considered by the Governance and Administration Select Committee. They've poured a lot of time into considering the legislation, listening to the submissions received on it, engaging with the Racing Minister as well in particular, and therefore I commend this bill to the House.
I call Steve Abel.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
So this is the split call at call 6, is that correct?
That's right, yeah.
So you realise that that call was missed, so I'm just alerting the members that when it is the call for the party to take the call at the right time.
Yes, I apologise for that, Madam Speaker. I wasn't in the chamber, so I'm sorry for my lateness. Pardon me, I missed that. Madam Speaker, the Green Party is supporting this Racing Industry Amendment Bill. I just wanted to say that we are not dewy-eyed about the insidious character of gambling in our society. I have a now deceased member of my family that was of modest means, but who spent a large amount of money on the horses and other forms of gambling. This is not an unfamiliar story in our country. Gambling can be a very destructive practice. It is all important that if there is gambling, that a substantial amount of resources are funneled towards those who work in prevention of problem gambling and help people who have gambling issues. And gambling is like an addictive substance. It is something that people get into a habit of and find it very hard to stop. It has similar effects on the brain as addictive substances. It is like a stimulant. The thrill of losing and the thrill of winning have a similar chemical effect. So the Green Party, in supporting this bill, is not endorsing the scale of a gambling sector that gives a relatively tiny amount of what it makes to dealing with those people who suffer the negative impacts of gambling in their lives, that impact their families and impact their children. Our party policy requires that we prevent new forms of gambling that are associated with harm and regulate all existing forms of gambling to prevent or minimise harm. So we take a harm minimisation approach, similar to the approach we take on drugs, Madam Speaker. This bill does not prohibit online betting services by offshore operators. I mean, it does rather. That's exactly what it does. It does prohibit online betting services. And online gambling is one of the riskier forms of gambling due to its easy access and easiness to conceal. So offshore operators are also not covered by New Zealand law and the protections provided by regulation. and any income that offshore operators garner from New Zealand domestic gamblers do not contribute to those racing code distributions. So we previously have supported legislation in 2019 to introduce offshore betting charges with revenue distributed amongst the racing codes, which we determined was sensible given the current racing industry provides a service to offshore vendors for no compensation. The same justification applies to prohibiting offshore betting. The primary point of the bill is to protect the financial sustainability of the racing industry, and my colleague Celia Wade-Brown last night articulated very clearly just how dependent the racing industry is on income from gambling. But not just the racing industry, other sporting sports are dependent. From memory, as much as 40% of the income of tennis in New Zealand comes from gambling, which is notable. Given our issue with the impact of racing on animals, for example, and I'm noting the clear and commendable position of this government to bring greyhound racing to an end with the support of every party in this House, we are concerned at the impact of gambling, and we would like to see more efforts made to minimise it. One of the obvious things that could be done, as a point of note before I finish, Madam Speaker, is the prohibition on the advertising by gambling outlets. Advertising has a very marked impact on those who are dependent on things from alcohol to tobacco to gambling, and it would be an easy step to prohibit the advertising of gambling in this country. That is something that I'm sure the Green Party would support. We will be supporting this bill, however. Thank you.
Honourable Pene Hinaro.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity to stand in support of the Racing Industry Amendment Bill. And I note a number of the comments from the submitters about too often the slow passage of legislation in the House, whereby by the time this comes into effect, the sector will have moved on again. Such is the nature of online gambling and the way that people interact with the sporting sector, noting a significant increase in particular in interest. At the moment, for example, I was checking on some statistics earlier that betting out of New Zealand on matters such as the NBA finals, which are taking place right now, causes a significant spike in the betting. I don't have a horse in that race. Sadly, my LA Lakers got knocked out early in the playoffs, but yeah, I know, right? Everyone thought LeBron would take us to the glory land, but sadly that didn't happen. But that's always up to wires, but never say that it's our year. I didn't say that. But you notice there is, as the season of sports continues to play out, and in particular in the US, where there's a significant growth in interest from New Zealand and Australia in betting on sports generally through the US predominantly. And I think one of the main reasons for that is simply because of the sports analytics related to the likes of NBA and NFL far outweigh any kind of sports analytics that we might see here in New Zealand. But I suspect that that's coming. I don't think listening to Jeff Wilson, as much as I admired him as a rugby player, I don't think listening to him as a sports analytic is going to help your betting odds. But certainly as technology continues to show its impact on, in particular, the racing industry, but more broadly speaking, the betting industry, it's important to make sure that legislation like the one we're supporting here, but that the regulations that follow this continue to keep up with the market, Madam Speaker. And we note that there was a significant number of submitters on this particular bill, predominantly in support. And one of the common themes that came through from the submitters was the fact that my Green colleague mentioned it, and I thought explained it quite well with respect to problem gambling and gambling harm. And we know that in the legislation, as it currently stands, there's a view to making sure that those that are working in the in minimising gambling or harm from gambling continue to receive funds to be able to do that important work as we see the growth of this industry, and we want to see that continue. We're encouraged and heartened by the point that it's in this particular bill, Madam Speaker, to make sure that we continue to have a view towards minimising harm from gambling. And we note too that the provision in the amendment and the bill itself also speaks to the ability, giving TAB the ability to identify problem gamblers, those who they can deny the opportunity to place a bet, which I think is important. However, I make the point though that the policing of that, I think I'm not too sure how that might work. Whether if it's strictly up to the TAB to be able to do that, that's fine. I get that, because that's the one portal we're trying to make here with respect to online gambling and sports betting, and particularly on the races. But making sure that we can enforce that, continue to monitor to make sure that TAB are indeed fulfilling that particular part of the bill that we're debating here today. The next part, Madam Speaker, which I think is quite important, and it's been raised by a number of speakers in the House, is the formula by which they distribute money to the codes here in New Zealand. There was a number of comments about making sure that those codes were well represented on the board, and we know that the Minister can already appoint members from certain codes to that particular board. And while this bill doesn't exactly make sure that the Minister does that, because the Minister still has the right to appoint to the board anyway, we would encourage, through the ongoing dialogue with this bill moving forward, that we would be able to make sure that those sports are represented fairly. Madam Speaker, on Sunday I had the good fortune, thanks to the Minister for Sports, the Honourable Mark Mitchell, who helped me get along to the Tall Blacks and the Tall Ferns game in Hamilton on Sunday. And simply looking at the odds and talking to a number of people around me, people were extremely interested in how they might be able to be part of the betting syndicate, or the betting fund, if you will, from Sunday. And that's why, with the significant growth and sponsorship that goes into basketball, I think, and we think on this side of the House, that it's important that those, in particular, emerging and growth sports such as basketball in this country can have a voice at the table when the dividends or the money is divvied out amongst the sports. I already mentioned how it depends on what the season and where people are betting and what sports are going on at the time. So you see those surges, and you see it in New Zealand, and making sure that in the community that support continues to flow. Just one final point from me, Madam Speaker, because as I say, we support this bill. The other point we want to make is around making sure that there's an amendment in this bill that talks about allowing the Minister to receive information or data from the TAB, and I think that's a great thing. My question for the House and for the Minister moving forward is, will that data be transparently afforded to the New Zealand public? Is it data that could be reviewed and analysed by this House? Is it data that can continue to form this House's deliberation on the regulations moving forward, whatever those might look like with respect to this bill? And I think we've already in great agreement across this House that data and information is king. And I acknowledge that the Minister can receive and can demand that data from these sources, but we want to make sure that as we deliberate, that data becomes available to this House and also the public if that's able to happen. But nonetheless, we're supportive of this particular bill, and for those who, as I said, get into sports betting, I for one keep an eye on sports overseas. I've spoken about the NBA. And just finally from me, in the first week of September is the start of the NFL season. My Philadelphia Eagles won the Super Bowl recently, and I expect them to repeat next year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honourable Melissa Lee.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I won't be taking a very long call, because I believe that my colleagues from right across the chamber has actually iterated very succinctly what this bill is actually all about. Having said that, I just want to go to the genesis of where this bill actually comes through. It's the background is the Racing Industry Act of 2020 that was effectively created TAB New Zealand as a statutory entity to manage sports and race wagering, actually empowering them to actually partner with offshore operators and introduce things like betting information use and point of consumption charges to generate extra revenue for TAB in order for them to support sporting entities. However, what's actually happened is that the offshore operators effectively have captured the market, and TAB was not able to continue to fund the racing industry, which relies very heavily on the TAB revenue to operate. And I think it's really important to note that. Racing industry amendment bill actually safeguards the long-term financial stability of New Zealand's racing industry, extending TAB's ability to give funding to sporting codes, and I think it's actually a good thing. And I thank the Select Committee who worked really hard, and the clerks and the advisors who have actually given us expert advice. I commend the bill to the House.
Oh, lovely.
This call is a split call. Honourable Dr Duncan Weddle.
Speaker.
Sorry.
I'm not well known for my support of the racing industry, but having said that, I do enjoy going to the races on occasion. Sometimes with my friend Kieran McNulty. His tips are pretty good, and certainly I'm pretty sure that he supports the racing industry via the TAB, as do many other New Zealanders. And I actually want to have a bit of a focus in my speech on gambling harm, because I do think whenever we're talking about gambling and being a responsible government around gambling, we do need to think about gambling harm. And in fact, one of the most harmful forms of gambling is online gambling. And whilst this bill won't solve all of those problems, it will, at least in respect of the racing industry, because by making it illegal for operators other than the TAB to offer gambling around racing to New Zealanders, that means that there's a tighter regulation around that. And it's not often that we kind of support monopolies, but in the case of sports gambling and gambling on racing, I think it's appropriate because for two reasons. One, so that we can have better oversight over harm minimisation, but also because of the fact that the TAB in part funds both sports and racing. So this is a good thing for both those reasons. And I was quite gratified to see the good work that the Select Committee did, both around regulation making powers to just flesh out somewhat the expectations or the ability to make regulations around different kinds of gambling harm and the responses to them. And we know that, in fact, and perhaps bizarrely, when you're gambling online through an account, the ability to track gambling behaviour is greatly enhanced. So the TAB and anyone else in that space is able to see problem gambling behaviour, see repeated gambling, and sort of see the time at which people are gambling and all those kinds of things. So the ability to make regulations to do things like place time restrictions on when a person can bet, or place restrictions around the amount they can bet, but also, and this is really important, put regulations around how to respond to people who self-identify as problem gamblers, because in fact that's one of the main things people do. They kind of wake up the next morning and think, what have I done? They self-identify and say, I've got a problem and I need the operator, here the TAB, to help. It's absolutely a duty on that operator to respond in a proportionate and appropriate manner. And there have been instances in respect of some gambling operators where that hasn't occurred. I just did also want to touch on some other aspects of the bill, and in particular the refusal of bets. And I must say I was a little, in one sense, we can see why the TAB should be able to refuse any bet from anyone at any time. But I see now the Select Committee in considering it, if you've got a monopoly operator and people do gamble, they like to have a flutter on the horses or whatever, then we have to be a bit more responsible about turning people away. So I think the committee actually landed at a pretty good place, which wasn't actually to constrain the TAB's ability to refuse bets. I think that's actually really important for them to have that ability, but they could make mistakes. Might be a mistake as to identity, might be some other mistake about the amounts they're betting or whatever it might be. Now they have to give reasons for a refusal of a bet, and I think that's a sensible thing to do, so that if they're like, oh no, I'm not that John Smith, or no, that wasn't my bet, I was betting on behalf of someone else, or whatever it might be. I think that's a good thing. So look, great news for the racing industry, good work. Pity about the pokey machines that aren't going to be banned. That's a real missed opportunity. I know that we would have done that, and I think that would have reduced gambling harm and been good for the community. But overall, a worthwhile piece of legislation.
Mike Butterick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment will extend TAB New Zealand's exclusive right for sports and racing betting to include online platforms, but it will be a boost for Kiwi sports and racing. And it's expected that that revenue will mean more will be fed back into sporting bodies. And I just had a bit of a nosy. In 2023, for example, in the Wairarapa electorate, some of the beneficiaries of the 17.8 million contributed to communities that year. Central and Southern Hawke's Bay eventing for cost of medical and vet for an event. Wairarapa Cricket Association. Wairarapa Football Club. Wairarapa Bush Rugby Referees Association, that was for replacing gear. Wairarapa Netball Incorporated. So there is a lot of good comes from the contributions that they distribute throughout our communities. And I also had a good talk to a mate of mine from one of New Zealand's premier thoroughbred studs, Sam and Katrina Williams, Little Avondale. And I think they're still actually celebrating their success at the Australian yearling sale, where they sold a Zoo Star colt for a record 1.7 million. The Wairarapa is still incredibly proud of their success, and Sam tells me that they're absolutely in favour of this bill. So am I. I commend it to the House.
Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to be the final speaker on this side of the House to do with the Racing Amendment Bill. And it's important that I make a contribution for this bill as a member of the Governance and Administration Select Committee. Last night we heard Minister Jones in terms of the legislative statement to the second reading, and we know that the second reading is about process on this bill. And we understand that the protection or long-term sustainability is very important to New Zealand's racing industry. This amendment bill, we know that Racing Act 2020 is to extend the TAB's existing land monopoly for sports and racing better to include online provided wagering. But Madam Speaker, Labor under the last government had progressed some of the work in this space, and we are quite disappointed that the Minister and the officials, or the Minister has not taken on board that Class 4 licences, which cause a lot of harm in our community, has not been factored in at this time. So we look forward to the committee stage where we can scrutinise and ask specific questions around online harm minimisation. Madam Speaker, my colleague Tangi Utakere acknowledged and highlighted the workforce, that over 13,500 workers in the racing industry, and actually if you include the volunteers and those that work at racing meets, that figure goes up to 40,000 jobs in the racing industry. That's a significant amount of workers that contribute in terms of the revenue that is gathered for the racing industry, to the extent of 1.9 billion, which is circulated into the industry. What we've heard also, we heard the comments and contributions of the relationship of TAB New Zealand and Intain, which is about 25 years and counting. And we know that there's a payment of 100 million secured as a result of that relationship revenue that is continuing to be generated in Aotearoa. But Madam Speaker, I wanted to highlight my contribution on the online harm minimisation that is prevalent in our community. We've heard Dr. Webb make some comments and others in their contribution. It's really important, and for the record, that the Class 4 licences that are prevalent in our community cause a lot of online harm. And whilst the punters, it is their decision how they spend their money and where they go to in terms of the community, I wanted to raise the issues and the focus as to why harm prevention, consumer protection and harm minimisation is really important issues. Because under Labour we did lobby that Class 4 licences, there needs to be the understanding of those in the racing industry that whilst it brings revenue and the sustainability of the industry is important, there is another factor that Problem Gambling Foundation and community groups have raised with specific MPs. Madam Speaker, as an MP in South Auckland, I understand the importance of online gambling harm. So there is a side that punters in our community have that choice. That's not a problem. But where those who cannot control that they would like to gamble and continue to do that, it is affecting our Māori, our Pasifika, our ethnic, and what is alarming, Madam Speaker, is our younger population. So the South Auckland communities, one of the things with the Class 4 licences that I understand that was raised with TAB New Zealand, who then chose not to
I think it was just interference, but if I'm told different, we'll do something different. Carry on.
who were then told not to... Oh, I've lost my train of thought. But anyway, as we understand throughout Aotearoa, the online world for our younger generation is really prevalent. And some of the decision-making that happens around online gambling, I personally believe that there's not enough emphasis or not enough education. When you have a community who can make choices but don't have as much money as other wealthier communities, sometimes those choices for our young people can diminish. Through the select committee process, it was interesting to read some of the information and submissions by the national sporting organisations that wanted to see, yes, it's good to have this revenue, yes, it's good to have the amendment of the racing industry bill, but there is a big part of that to do with harm minimisation. So one of the things that I will continue to question in the committee process is, have we got the instruments right? Does the minister and the officials, yes, there's a big component around the revenue and what that brings into Aotearoa, but there has to be the commitment. There's got to be the right legislative tools to be able to counteract. So, Madam Speaker, one of the things that I wanted to raise and be put on the record is the balance for online gambling harm, and specifically for Māori, for Pasifika, for ethnic and our young people, particularly around the language of the tools that will provide the policies. Madam Speaker, what I did was I did a bit of research in terms of the online gambling in New Zealand, and there were public submissions, and I have a report here that I wanted to quote from in June 2020. And one of the things with the approach to harm minimisation that was raised by submitters was those experiencing problem gambling behaviours, there needs to be specific ability to make sure that the tools that this legislation brings is achieving that balance. My concern is around specifically young people who don't fully understand that when they have X amount of dollars only so far, that when they make the choice to do their online gambling, that what the harmful effects are for them. So, Madam Speaker, the research in terms of what is provided here in one of the reports is really important for people of Aotearoa to consider, that when we are going through in this House, in this whare, making the legislation, that it is important that submitters have the opportunity to express their views, they have the opportunity to provide different perspectives, and that there's a strong support and focus in the right temperament for harm minimisation. Specifically for those, Madam Speaker, with problem gambling behaviours. And so what the evidence tells us, and what I've been talking to, and just in terms of the South Auckland area, which is one of the highest areas of concentration of the Class 4 gambling machines, and the proliferation to specific groups in our society is important. So I have been to race meetings. I have appreciated that whole community. There have been people in my family who have gone to those meetings but actually end up with harm minimisation. So, Madam Speaker, for the record, I wanted to raise those points whilst I have the time, because the thing, Madam Speaker, with online gambling harm, it's hidden. It's 24 hours access. So there is a good side to it, and then there's the dark side of it, that we, as making the laws in this country, we have to be cognizant of those features and that we achieve the right balance. We cannot ignore that, Madam Speaker, not in communities like ours in Mangere and South Auckland. So, Madam Speaker, just as I finish off, I look forward that we, on this side of the House, whilst we disagree with some of the features that were presented, we will be supporting it through to the next phase. But I really want to stress that whilst we are getting it right for the revenue, the things around online harm minimisation and consumer protection are very important issues to our community. I commend this bill to the House.
Miles Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be standing to speak on the Racing Industry Amendment Bill in this second reading. Look, I think it's important to note that the profits from the TAB are directed back into sports and racing here in New Zealand, and rather than having profits from betting going offshore, it is good to see that that money would be directed back into New Zealand. One of the TAB's goals is to increase participation in the racing industry, and this is an area where I have some experience. I've had the opportunity to contribute as part of a syndicate. I think we owned an ear of a racehorse, perhaps.
Yeah.
There was 24 of us, I think, in this syndicate. We had 3 horses. First horse was called the thoroughbreds. The first horse was called Alvera, and well, it won a few races and got a lot of seconds and a few thirds, and provided us with a lot of joy. The second horse we had was Run Forest Run, which when it went up a grade turned into Walk Forest Walk, but it still gave us a lot of pleasure. And the last horse we had was a horse called Lord Snow, who was no good at all. And we haven't had a horse since. But I do recommend, actually, it was a great experience, and it was a great way to follow the horses, be involved in the industry, know that you were supporting a trainer, and a lot of fun. So with that little diversion, I commend this bill to the House.
Glenn Bennett. This is a split call. The half of a split call. No, 5 minutes. Half of a split
half
call.
a call. I'm a whole person, but half a call. That's okay. I rise as a complete novice when it comes to the racing industry. In fact, I have a confession to make that I've only I'm, you know, the Honourable Kieran McAnulty is behind me, but I've only ever been to one actual race meet, and that was a demonstration. It wasn't even a real one, it was a demonstration one. But I'm sure I have some comeback, because it was at the Kentucky Derby. So surely that's a comeback. So I've never actually been to a real live racing industry meet, but I've been to a demonstration at the Kentucky Derby, so surely that gives me some credibility to speak for at least, well, only 5 minutes, but I will try to keep my comments short and to the point. In fact, I've got no idea, but I live in New Plymouth, and as you drive into the beautiful city of Ngāmotu, we have our wonderful race course that sits on the left-hand side, hovering above our beautiful Tasman Sea. And it is a place of life and energy. It is a place that has race meets regularly, but also is a place that's under strain and under challenge. And I guess with modern society and as the world moves rapidly, and as previous speakers have said on all sides of the house, the challenge of our online world, the challenge we have of people being able to bet online 24/7. But I do see the merit, although I've never participated myself, the merit in a good afternoon out when you get to go to the races, you get to put on that beautiful hat and those really impractical heels and boots and whatever you wear, and go to the races on a muddy, soggy Taranaki afternoon. But we need to consider the fact that with this legislation, we need to look at the harm that can be done. And so I feel confident. I never thought I would stand in this house and speak to a piece of legislation that was around gambling, being brought up in the Salvation Army. It's something that was forbidden. But I'm glad as I read through, look at our notes, look at the legislation in front of me, the fact that something the previous government began and then something this government has continued is something that we on this side of the house, us in the Labour Party, can support. But as my colleague, the Honourable Duncan Webb, did state earlier, there have been a few things removed, and we don't feel that's okay in terms of some give and take when it comes to downsizing of pokies around the place. But unfortunately, that has been ignored when it comes to the legislation in front of us this afternoon. But being someone who's been at the Kentucky Derby, seen 2 demonstration races, I really want to acknowledge the proud history and to you, Madam Speaker, I'm sorry if I get this wrong, but my honoured and learned colleague, the Honourable Kieran McAnulty, does assure me that we should always back a Sharrock in New Plymouth.
I couldn't possibly comment.
I hope that's okay.
I'm neutral while I'm sitting up here, Mr. Bennett.
But we should always back a Sharrock in New Plymouth. And for the whānau out there, the Sharrock whānau who have been deeply involved in the racing industry for years, we acknowledge them and what they do, because it is around our economy, but we also need to work on how we prevent hurt and harm, and this legislation is something that goes some way to do that. I just want to finally comment on some of the restrictions that some of the submitters talked about during the select committee stage. There were definitely submitters that raised concerns about the prior powers held by the TAB in New Zealand to restrict bettors from placing bets for any reason and without requirement to identify why bets were refused. They also went on to comment about the bill. This bill, they were concerned that it amends to provide the specific circumstances where TAB New Zealand can refuse a bet, such as having been identified as a problem gambler, convicted or relevant offences, or engaged in threatening behaviour to TAB staff. So it also specifies that the TAB must now inform the person seeking to make a bet as the reason for any refusal. And I think that is good, because often in the past, if it was something that was unknown to the bettor, it is good now that for the TAB, they must now inform the person seeking to make the bet and give them a reason for any refusal. Madam Speaker, we support this legislation. We look forward to it going to the committee stage and to ironing out. I know there are a couple of amendments already on the table in the committee stage that we will be looking into. We, with Labour, we support this legislation.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Racing Industry Amendment Bill, second reading.
This bill is set down for committee stage next sitting day. I call on Government Order of the Day number 5.
Employment Relations Pay Deductions for Partial Strikes Amendment Bill, second reading.
Madam Speaker.
Honourable Brooke Van Velden.
I move that the Employment Relations Pay Deductions for Partial Strikes Amendment Bill be now read a second time. The purpose of this bill is to minimise disruptive impacts on the public, who often lose out or are caught in the middle when these partial strikes occur. I believe changes are needed to the strike provisions to help improve collective bargaining settings. The current strike provisions do not appropriately balance the rights and consequences in situations where there is not a total withdrawal of labour. That is why, to achieve the bill's purpose and to provide a far more effective and efficient bargaining environment where rights and consequences are better balanced, this coalition government is restoring employers' ability to make pay deductions in response to partial strikes, a mechanism that was in place between 2015 and 2018 and worked well. A partial strike is a type of strike that is less than a full withdrawal of labour. This bill gives employers an additional tool to respond to partial strikes. It will help incentivise parties engaged in industrial action to return sooner to the bargaining table and reach agreement. The previous government took this tool away in 2018. This means that if an employee engages in a partial strike, the employer's main options are to either take no action or accept the partial strike action and the output loss, or to suspend or lock out the employee for the duration of the strike. Doing this would obviously escalate the dispute, and when it falls to the public sector, likely increase the level of service disruption on the public. In this way, employers lack options to respond to partial strike action in a measured and proportionate way. Since 2018, we have seen partial strikes disrupting services where patients face delays in receiving medical scans and treatments due to prolonged waiting lists, kids missing out on education, and parents missing out on work, and train passengers left waiting at platforms. I want to share some recent examples of how disruptive partial strikes can be. In August 2024, patients faced delays in getting medical scans and treatments because hospital-based MRI and nuclear medicine technologists undertook partial strike action, including limits on the number of scans completed each day. This resulted in a reduction of around 50% of scans, delays in early cancer treatment, longer waiting lists, increased outsourcing costs, and required additional frontline staff to cover the striking workers' radiology work. In 2023, students' education was impacted when teachers undertook partial strike action, which included refusing to teach certain year groups on particular days, disrupting both the students' learning and the parents' ability to work. In 2024, the New Zealand Defence Force Public Service Association members took work to rule action, took coordinated breaks, and stopped working at heights or off-site. In response, the Minister of Defence authorised uniformed personnel to cover civilian work in some selected areas. I fully appreciate that employees can strike in support of their collective bargaining goals, but the disruption to the public and customer services that can often result from partial strikes should not continue without consequence. Restoring an employer's ability to make pay deductions in response to partial strikes will help promote an early return to bargaining and reduce impact on third parties. I'd like to take a moment to explain how the current law isn't working and how my bill will improve it. There are no provisions to allow a more nuanced or proportionate response for employers to respond to a partial strike. Employers can either take no action and accept the partial strike action and the output loss, with a big impact on them and their customers, or suspend or lock out the employees for the duration of the strike, with a disproportionate impact on the workers. This amendment will enable employers to make a specified pay deduction in response to a partial strike by either reducing an employee's pay by a proportionate amount, by using a specified calculation, or by deducting a fixed percentage of 10% of their pay. I believe it is important that the partial strike provisions are workable for employers, especially for those with large workforces. Employers would be free to decide whether to deduct pay or not. If an employer decides to do so before any deductions are made and for greater transparency for employees, the bill does require that the employee provides written notification about the deduction to employees within specific timeframes. I believe it's important that employees are made aware of the financial impact of the partial strike action reasonably promptly. If an employee or a group of employees consider that the employer has incorrectly applied or calculated a specific pay deduction, the bill allows unions to challenge the application or calculation by requesting information relied on to calculate the pay deduction, and employers must respond to the written request as soon as reasonably practicable. The Select Committee considered a wide range of suggested amendments to the draft bill, but concluded most were not needed. This is not surprising because the legislation, like I said, was working quite well from 2015 to 2018. The committee did decide to express more precisely what different sections of the bill meant. These included, for example, ensuring that the union specifies in their strike notice whether employees will continue to do some work and clarify how to find an employee's usual hours. I support these suggestions, and I believe the new legislation will be more effective as a result. I want to thank the committee for their work and to all the members of the public who took the time to submit. I understand that some of the changes that the Select Committee took arose from good suggestions from those submitters. I understand also that some submitters argued that the legislation would somehow undermine workers' right to strike, weaken their collective bargaining power, or entrench poor working conditions. I don't agree with this. Employees will have the same rights to strike as they do now. There will just be consequences for doing so. My intention with this bill is very clear. Disruption to public and customer services that has resulted from partial strikes should not continue without consequences. I want to provide for a far more effective and efficient bargaining environment where the rights and consequences are more balanced. Restoring employers' ability to make pay deductions for partial strikes will help minimise potential disruption to services and incentivise both parties to return to the bargaining table and reach agreement in good faith sooner. This change to collective bargaining is consistent with the government's Going for Growth direction to reduce the compliance burden for employers and ensure settings are proportionate, and I'm confident that this bill will promote a more harmonious industrial relations across New Zealand. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Honourable Jansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think this is once again a piece of legislation that shows that this government has no regard for workers in this country whatsoever, and I'm surprised that the second reading is being held at a time when we have had such an attack over the last couple of weeks on our workers, particularly our women workers in this country. Madam Speaker, I sat on the Select Committee and heard the submissions, and I just want to put on record here how many submitters there were. The committee received 620 written submissions on the bill. In support of the bill, out of those 620, there were 4. Just say that again, 4 in support of this bill. 4, that's all. Opposing the bill was 606. Unclear on whether support or oppose was 3, and overall view was unclear as their submissions focused on potential changes to the bill was 7. Madam Speaker, did I just hear somebody over there talking about victim waving? And yeah, it just shows what they think about workers in this country. Absolutely shows what they think about workers.
Yeah, Simon Court, that's right, just for the record so that we can get that there too. Rationale provided for opposing this bill, and there were 6 main reasons why people actually opposed the bill. And I want to go through those reasons, Madam Speaker, that people gave during the Select Committee process. The first was the changes will diminish workers' rights to strike, or their rights generally. Madam Speaker, I heard that the Minister said that that is not the case. That is not what the people who were submitting on this bill were telling us throughout the Select Committee process. They've been in these positions before. They know before 2015 or between 2015 and 2018, they've had experience of this. They know that these changes will diminish their rights, or their right to strike and their rights in general. The most common concern raised by submitters was the concern that the ability for employers to make pay deductions in response to partial strikes will have a negative impact on the right of workers to strike, and that was from just over half of those submissions. They opposed this part of the bill for that reason. Madam Speaker, the one that I really want to talk about though is actually the second main reason that was given as to why people were absolutely opposed to this particular bill, and that was that deductions in pay in response to partial strikes are unfair, particularly when they are in response to work to rule industrial action. So what this could mean, Madam Speaker, is that you or an employer could employ somebody with the conditions of employment laid out, so they have their hours of work laid out and they have their tasks laid out in their employment agreement, and then they, out of the goodness of their heart, volunteer to do extra work. So let's take the case of a teacher as an example. In their employment agreement, the collective employment agreement, which informs the individual employment agreements as well, hours of work are laid out in that collective agreement. Now, not many people know that, but it is laid out in the collective agreement. And many of our teachers go over and above that. We know that. We know that sports teams happen, for example, when teachers spend their after school time or before school time coaching sports teams, and often are really busy either in evening sports events or weekend sports events. Arts and culture. Rock Quest, we had that here in the Legislative Chamber recently. Many teachers go over and above what they are employed to do to be able to enable those young people to share their creativity with the world. They will go on trips, camps with them. But if they're in the middle of industrial bargaining and negotiations and they decide to do a work to rule, this is what this bill enables to happen. They decide that they're only going to work the hours that they are employed for, that there can be a paid deduction. Now, those extra hours are not in the collective agreement. They are doing that out of the goodness of their heart. But this bill will enable the employer, who will be usually the Ministry of Education in this point, because they are responsible for paying the teachers, to make a partial deduction. Now, I thought, well, that can't be true. And I thought maybe because, you know, you're employed for what you're employed for, and I thought that can't be true. So I specifically asked this question of officials at Select Committee. And the Select Committee said, well, yes, it does. It can do that. And it is a case by case, but it absolutely enables that work to rule, that clause, that work to rule, to overstep the employment agreement and for there to be pay deductions that can be made. And it says that in the departmental report, in case anyone wants to check that out and look that up. Have to say it's a very good departmental report that has been made on this, because it lays it out very, very clearly, but also all of those objections that were made through it. Another theme that came through was that people were opposed was because the changes will further exacerbate the current imbalance of power between employees and employers and weaken employees' position in the collective bargaining. Now, something that has been noted in this House many, many, many times is the inherent imbalance in the bargaining process. We know that employers have the power of balance, the balance of power, I should say. We absolutely know that that is the case. It is well documented, but unfortunately the whole idea, and I've got colleagues in the House that can say this really eloquently because they've worked in this area for so long, that's you, Helen White, they know that in any of these negotiations, the employee has only got that right to be able to strike in the industrial bargaining process to restore balance. And this is being minimised and taken away from them in this piece of legislation. So that was something that people talked about. They talked about the changes are inconsistent with New Zealand's domestic and international obligations. That is a real concern, particularly in the international, mostly in the international obligations part of this. You know, you can look at the New Zealand part, and I encourage people to go and read the departmental report, but the international obligations, and I hear the member over there once again talking about the ILO. I'm talking about trade agreements, actually, Simon Court. So you should actually, Simon Court, actually do your homework on this and not just make your ideological judgments around this, because I think that that's a very ill-informed interjection that you have made from over on that side of the House. And then the last area that people talked about was that the changes will increase strike action and incentivise workers to fully withdraw their labour. And this is something that is a reality when disincentives like this come in to those partial strikes. The Minister talked about a specific example where a partial strike had happened. I've already had people say, well, if that's going to happen and pay's going to be taken, we may as well go off full time. And that's what this is trying to stop, to still give people that right to strike, but to ensure that productivity is maintained and not completely withdrawn. So, Madam Speaker, I want to finish up by just quoting a PR that came out from Rachel McIntosh, who at the time was the acting secretary of the NZCTU. She says industrial action is supposed to help level the power imbalances in employment relationships that favour employers. This change undermines that and tips the balance of power even further in favour of employers by introducing a punitive response to legitimate industrial action. The only winners in this bill are the lawyers. The legislation will lead to increased litigation and prolonging bargaining and industrial action at the expense of both workers and employers. Madam Speaker, Labour will not be supporting this bill.
This debate is interrupted and is set down for resumption next sitting day. The House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. on Tuesday, 20th of May 2025.